you love me, 'cause I'd already know. What would you do if my heart was torn into more than words to show you feel that your love for me is real? What would you say if I took those words away? Then you couldn't make things new just by saying I love you. La da 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 da, more than words. La da 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 da. Now that I've tried to talk to you and make you understand, all you have to do is close your eyes and just reach out your hand and touch me. Hold me close, don't ever let me go. More than words is all I ever needed you to show. Then you wouldn't have to say that you love me, 'cause I'd already know. What would you do if my heart was torn into more than words to show you feel that your love for me is real? What would you say if I took those words away? Then you couldn't make things new just by saying I love you. La di da da di da di da da da, more than words. La di da da di da da di da, more than words. La di da da di da da, more than words. La da da di da da, more than
You can really understand the words a lot better when that chick does it. I think I was paying more attention to the words than usual.
Yes, I love that song. Last night I was all, can't think of a title. I need to, and then because I was just going to the dating game. And Virginia said, no, you always do a song. And so, and she was saying, what was it that you said the other night?
Me?
Oh, God, I got to look it up. How are y'all doing tonight? How's everybody in chat? Carolina, Tate, What Life, Kiss Off Cheryl. Good to see all y'all. Daniel. Okay, ready. Okay, let me go back from this.
So like, okay, go ahead. Sorry.
No, it's okay. You were darn it.
I
We
was
were
going to say
just
like a million years ago when we all had, I don't know if you guys did, but I had a, what's it called before Facebook? MySpace. Is that right? Why does that sound weird?
yeah,
That's
but
what it was. Yeah. And you could
you
put
know
songs on it.
lonely at, and so I almost put that as the title. You don't have to be lonely. Dot 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 dot.
You don't have to be lonely. What's up,
Remember
Pamela?
farmersonly.com.
Oh my gosh. Yes. Farmersonly.com. Oh my God. Is that what it was? Oh, I died. That was hilarious.
Yes, we were joking about that the other night. Be charming. Good to see
Oh
you.
yeah, you don't have to be lonely at Farmers Only or something. Oh my God, I'm sorry, I couldn't hear you real good, but I remember now. That shit was hysterical.
That is
And
such a well. Go ahead.
where is Carl? This is his idea. He needs to get up here.
Bonnie, you playing that song brought back today. I was going through boxes and I found a box. I must have 100 cassettes, and that song was on one of the cassettes that I played today.
Aw.
So talk about a connection. All the
Get some
old songs.
coffee out. I got the biggest comment. Yeah, it was preppers only. Remember that?
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
I got the biggest corn baby.
Oh, okay. We have some silly backstages. So if y'all want to join the fun back there sometime, click on the link before we close. Uh,
I know you said you have some questions, but I was going to say one of the ones, I think, well, just a conversation more than an actual question. Like when it comes to music, like some people focus only on the lyrics and they're like super lyrics people. And then other people really like the music, like the guitar in it. And some people just, I feel like I can never decide because I like them both so much. I like the lyrics and I like I like some songs because of the music and then some songs because of the lyrics,
And the melody. Yep, both. Yeah.
hey, Von Eric.
Hi, Ben.
Forever.
Von Eric.
Songs are such a good way to communicate, though. I mean, when you're just texting somebody, just sending songs kind of says it all for you.
Well, on my YouTube page, I have Hauser. He plays cello on a mountain. Hallelujah. You don't need the words. You just listen to the melody coming off them. It's beautiful. It goes right through your heart. So I would say both ways. I'm voting both ways.
That's how I feel too. It's too hard to pick just one, but
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Hey, Blue. And Kiss Off, you're one to ask if we're going to do something weird.
Oh, Camo, I'm charging. Camo says.
Oh, okay, he's charging. Hey, Garrett. Good to see you.
Well, we're not going to dance or sing to that song and show our cameras. I'm too sexy for this show. Too sexy.
No. So, Cola, putting you on the spot since you're up
That
here.
sounds like so much fun.
So, this kind of actually worked out for you. And do you want to tell us anything about that?
Well, man.
I mean, you don't have to. I'm not. If it's too personal, I understand.
Well, I think we all make connections just talking in chat, just in the regular chat. But then there are backstages, and everybody has well, not everybody. Okay, you can do the free StreamYard, and you can have free. Everybody can have access to a Backstage, and you could do a Backstage where it's more personal with less people. You could pick and choose the people, and that's just basically that's how, I really connected with a lot of close friends, and of course more than that. But it's different than being on a live panel or being even on a Backstage with, maybe there's two people in the group you don't know. So if you have, if you start to feel like you're making a connection with someone and you do a Backstage separate from everybody else, and that would be like the first step into it. I didn't realize, but it could be, you never know.
That's true. Hey, chessboard.
I just think that's a little bit more. I think that had a lot to do with it was the, first it was a small group of people. And then it was like, okay, let's make our own thing, just me and you, and that's when we really got to know each other. And that's when it was like, became more than a YouTube thing and in real life after that. But I think a lot of it, of course, you could just get people's phone numbers too. But the Backstages are fun because you can do a lot of things you can't do on the phone. Like you can watch a movie together or play a game together. Even there's a lot of things you can do Backstage you can't do on the phone.
Yes.
I don't know. And you can see each other in stuff. So I don't know,
John. It's more like a date
that's
night.
what I got to say about that.
Well, I understand. It's more like a date night whenever you're Backstage alone. Hey, 420. Yes, you can do that also.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. Yeah. I've gotten to know a lot of people really well in Backstages, and a lot of us, we make friendships. I mean,
Yeah, I was about to say we're going to make people scared to come Backstage. Now they're like, what goes on back there? Because really, definitely 99.999% of the friendships are platonic, and
yes,
it's a 1 in a million to meet someone that you're going to click with here and in real life. But it does happen, and we are starting to have a longer and longer list of these types of connections. Like, I don't want to call all of them out because I don't want to make people feel awkward,
right?
But there's a lot of people.
Right.
3 or 4 couples. No, it's just
yeah.
Anyway,
and it's building relationships, just
for sure.
Period. And
I don't know how the Backstage says Blue Butterfly. Well, anybody that does any streaming can set up a Backstage with however many people. If you have anybody's information, or you can get your own StreamYard. And how many hours do you get for free, Bonnie, with an email? Or you can set up a free StreamYard and get something like 20 hours free every month, right? Something like that.
Is it only to go live, or is it?
You can do anything. You could do a Backstage or a regular. I just got an actual StreamYard just recently. All the streaming I did was on free StreamYard, for real. I just recently got one. That's when I started being able to have more than 6 people. For the longest time, I did it. I'm just saying, if you want to do that,
you could
Backstage doesn't count for your hours. Your hours only get deducted when you're live.
I didn't know that's what you were saying. I thought you were saying you could only do one or the other with the free one. Okay, yes, Backstage is free.
Unlimited Backstage with the free one. Hey, Indy, Echo, Tubla, Vicky, good to see y'all. Oh.
Technological challenge. Yeah, just if you know one person from the YouTube streets and have their number, somebody could walk you through that, I'm sure. Pretty much, it's not that hard with help, for sure. What's up, Camo?
Howdy, folks. I got one thing I got to start off with. A 24-hour notice from a chat conversation. Some malarkey there, Bonnie.
Do what?
24 hours.
I said that less than a 24-hour notice in a passing by in a chat is some malarkey here. That's what I say.
I completely forgot, and then I had 5 minutes. I was like, oh shit, it's Saturday. I completely spaced it, and then when I saw the link, I was like, oh shit, I know what this is. And I got here in like 5 minutes. So You'll be all right, Camo.
Well, I'm here. I mean, I'm here, and I guess it was kind of my fault, but it not really because they tried to auction me off a couple of years ago, and I was throwing that back at her, and now look where we are with this. So
It's a good thing you held out on your auction, though.
I wonder whoever collected that $10.
Al Bundy,
Wasn't me.
his peg, Bundy.
she's sitting right next to me.
Who, Al?
I was gonna say I don't think anyone ever bought it.
I think it's somebody offered up a $10 Dunkin' Donuts gift card. I think that's what it was. Heck, you can't even use it because it's just Dunkin' now.
They're the celebrity YouTube couple known as Camilla now. They're not Camo and Pam anymore. They're Camilla.
Nice.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And Pam, so, do you want to give us any tips on how y'all managed to do it, Carl, or is that too personal?
No, I give all the guys a tip. All right, I thinking about this and fucking speak up. Speak your mind. Be yourself. Do something about it. Because you ain't got much fucking time left. Get off your ass and say something.
Yeah.
True.
Agreed.
That's my advice.
Well,
Too old to be afraid.
I think one of the things that was so well, me and Billy were talking and it was like, you know, they say like as a joke and stand up and even in some psychology that like when you first meet somebody, you're meeting their representative and it takes like 3 months before you're really yourself or whatever, just like psychologically or whatever. So I have a point here. I'm trying to still like translate this. So but we were talking and we're like, we don't think we ever did that because when we were, it was just like nothing was there. We were just friends. And it was like that he was so far away. The thought of us ever hooking up was like not in our minds. So we were like so unabashedly ourselves and just goofy and saying the most crazy things and just talking about, you know, whatever came up. And we really got to know each other because I think we really let our guards down thinking we would never actually meet. So there's something to that being yourself stuff, you know, and just letting it all out. It's easier.
I agree with that. I agree with that, Cola.
If you portray yourself as you are, you will attract the right people. If you come out there with some fake persona, you're going to get all kinds of fake.
Yes.
Right. Or they'll be just like you, but it's not the real you. So you can't stand them. No.
Well, so there's somebody I knew and I did not like him at all when I first met him. And very annoying, talk too much, just totally not like anybody else. Just way out there. So you never know. Really and truly.
I wasn't looking at all, or I really wasn't.
I was.
when I started talking to Pamela, it was just like talking to any of you folks right off the bat because I wasn't looking. I always felt that talking to a guy or a gal, especially when there's this anonymity to it, you know, where you don't really know anything about them. It was just like passing, you know, conversation. But over time, I had seen Pamela say things that was echoing what was on my mind, you know, like back when that balloon was going across the states, all right? She was in there going, what happened to 2020 and J6 and this fucking COVID and this fake jab and all? And she was in there yelling this shit, you know, not really yelling, but she was up there making the same points that were on my mind. So that caught my attention. I seen it more and more, stuff like that. And
Yes.
then I started talking to her more because I'd always had been in contact with her other than here. Like I'm in contact with a lot of you folks. But I saw her profile and I saw her picture and I went, wait, that's you? And I was immediately attracted to her for multiple reasons. All right. And then I just told her right straight then, hey, let's do this. And she's like, I'm not ready. I can't do that. I like it, the idea, all this. And time went by to the point to where she was ready. And that's when I went for it. But it took a few years, It took a few years.
And see, this, you kind of said the same thing a little bit. Like you weren't looking for it, you didn't really expect it, and you were just really, you guys were just yourself. And like chat, like that's for me, as far back as I can remember, like his comments, like, and I'm talking years ago, but he was always funny and like sarcastic and shit. And I could remember that like way, way back, before I even really knew him as a person. I'm like, this dude's freaking funny. And and I just like, I remember thinking back like, oh my God, that's him that's been making it, like you have to put it together sometimes because I don't know. It's been a long time. How long have we, I feel like it's been around 5 years since I've been in the YouTube world like we are.
Yeah.
A long time.
Right.
Me too. Yeah.
Yeah. So,
Actually, I started YouTube when the platform began. And I do have another channel I never used. It's from the beginning. I was here for UFO videos and music. And I didn't do anything. I didn't chat. I didn't go on panels or nothing.
Me too. I mean, I had a YouTube, but I meant like we are now. Yeah. Same.
Yeah, that happened first at Prepping 101. I got on the panel. And then like one night after being on there, I went over the Dangerous Freedom and I went on his. He make me feel so welcome. And that's where it all really started. I ain't stopped since.
That's so funny. That's almost the same. I never went on Prepping's panel, but I went from there to Hawk to Dangerous. That was my little path. I remember because that was exact order. Anyways, sorry, Bonnie.
I went from Hawk to everybody else. And it was the small channels like Ark Wildman, JW Survival, Our Neck of the Woods, places like that, except for LWN. He was kind of big, I guess. But I joined YouTube in 2014, I think. It's when I got it. So it's been a minute, but I didn't know about any of this. I can't remember what I was looking at on YouTube. Probably music.
Right, me too.
And so, Al, I want to address this. Guys with sports cars and jewelries doesn't do it. Just saying.
So,
Where's
if you're
Yorga?
right now,
Where's Yorga? Yorga's got a Corvette, and I'll bet he's got some necklaces or something.
Oh, I'm sure he does, but no.
He's hiding.
you're talking
He heard you.
Working.
Hey, Yorga.
I don't think I've ever seen
Yorga,
Joria.
you ought to come up on the panel in a silk shirt buttoned down to your navel with a big gaudy gold chain on.
Wait. What did I do?
He's got more props than Carrot Top or Gallagher put together.
Yes, he's got a story.
On my computer that croaked, so I have no evidence anymore. I actually have a picture of Craig and Jeff with wigs on. They came up on my panel. And I didn't get the picture of Craig when he looked like a goldfish.
You can pull them pictures out of them computers like that. They got to get with the right guy. He can pull
Look, you
all
can't wait.
that.
I'll walk you through it, Bonnie.
Yeah. It's been some fun times for sure. A lot of people are missed.
Mm-hmm.
Absolutely, Pepper 101. Dangerous
Like
breed.
I always say, if you miss somebody, you just got to aim better.
Well, I'm like
Wait.
you, Bonnie. I joined also in 2014. But I was looking at paranormal. I was looking up history channels, just doing all different kinds of research. And then I don't know if it was Dangerous first or it was Hawk or Prepping 101, one of those channels. And we all just started. And that's how I met Ben, because I called it coffee and donuts. You know, he would constantly do so yeah, it was we all
How
had
many people got here, Bonnie?
Up on top, you mean?
Yeah, how
40,
many people are here?
45.
I got a question for everyone. And even you folks you can say it in the chat too, but I want to see, if put a 1 if you're single and
Hey, Bruce.
interested. All right. If you're looking for love and you're single, put a 1. If you're just here for the fun, and put a 2.
Lisa,
You gotta put a 2. Just put a 1 if you feel that way. I want to see if there's anybody here looking. I mean, that's what the name of the game is. That's what you want to do. That's why you got me here.
So Annalisa said, I have no idea how I got with you people.
I remember.
I don't see a single one. There ain't no ones here.
I know. I remember. Maybe people just don't want to say it, though, I remember before there were
one.
For me, there was I still was watching conspiracies. I remember some of the ones I was watching too. Like I remember with Obama, it was his Yes We Can and his something else. And backwards it was Serve Satan. And my daughter had like a little DSI. So I would record it and play it backwards, and I'll be damned it did. There was 2 phrases, Yes We Can and something else. One was Serve Satan and one was Thank You Satan. I swear to you guys, I was already in this shit way back then. I just didn't, it wasn't live panels. It was just like put together videos. They may have been, but I didn't really, that one wasn't. And then one would lead you to another and it would get in your algorithm. And I didn't understand any of that back then. I was just like, man, YouTube's dark. It was me. YouTube was just in the things I clicked on, but I didn't understand that yet. But yeah, it was
101. You need me to sign the paper or anything? I'll do that for you.
Sign the paper.
You know what? Almost. It's a 2 billion lottery tonight in Texas, and I was like, okay, 2 billion. We got to buy 1 card, and I didn't have any cash with me. And I was like, okay, that's a sign. There's my sign. Don't buy a ticket. So it looks like Al and
Blue.
Yeah. All right, y'all get to talking.
Yeah, this sounds like it's going to solve itself.
Hey, Meat Puppet.
How
Our
many
job
people?
here is done. Evening, everybody. Good night.
Wait,
Looking for a couple. You got 3 of them to hook up. That's really good. I bought me a fistful of the tickets tonight. I don't do it on a regular, but when it gets up into the billion, I try my shot at it,
Yeah, I bought a few too. And I did my grandbaby's birthdays. So maybe.
Hey, Lauren.
Yeah.
Sigma. Who else is up in here? Pat. Let me say hello, everybody. We got Lauren, Al Bundy, Pat Evans, Blue Butterfly, Independent, Mini United. You got Prepper 101. Meat Puppet is here. Brew W. You got Doc P and Stingray 1975. Chessboard Jerry's up in here. Who else do we got? We got a Pamela Barone. She sounds really good looking. let's see, we got Mary Freeland up in here, John Dunning. Gary's here. I thought she was single. Now, okay, Annalise is here. Oh, let's see.
I think Ben left.
Benji's here. 420, flame on.
Free
All right, I think I'm caught up. All right, we're good.
Vicky
Well, I
and
noticed
John.
Just because they didn't put, not everybody, like most people didn't answer. Very few people even put the 2. So it's kind of like, I don't know. You know what I mean?
Uh-huh. Yeah,
Man, what was
Maybe-
2?
Look, if I was single and in the chat right now, and I wouldn't put a 1, I'll just say that. So maybe people just don't want to say it.
Well,
And-
you know what? She didn't do the right title. If she said something like singles night or something ladies night or something like that, there would have been more people.
Bonnie.
Oh, shoot. That'd ripped the door down.
I love it.
Oh, you one is looking, 2 is what would 2 be? I'm trying to think of. I don't know. Maybe 3 would be friendship. You just want to be friends, you know. I don't know, something like that.
There you go.
I picked 5. Covers all the bases. You know what you're getting into.
Oh my gosh.
If you ever got it together like a game show and there was like a winner, the winner could have like a backstage, and you could put together a backstage for the winners, and you could put on a movie or night or something. You'd be their host.
Yeah.
That's a good idea.
Well, I will say this. All right. There's one aspect of modern technology that comes in pretty handy. You know, you can do these video calls, and those can be pretty good, especially for the distancing. You know what I mean? It's like those video calls will make you want to get closer.
Mm-hmm.
Oh yeah, if you start to make a connection, it's crazy, and that's the true test. If you're far away and you have to like wait months or a year, and you still keep in touch the whole time, and everybody waits for each other and stuff like that, that's a huge deal. Like that's, you know, and if it doesn't happen that way, then I guess it wasn't meant to be, you know. But it is a huge test to just deal with. I don't think I could have went much longer without meeting in real life, without probably going insane, because you almost feel nuts. You're like, I'm dating a computer until they're in real life, you know.
Yes, that's why I feel that you should meet within 6 months at least.
Yeah, don't string somebody. Yeah, which by the way was not my case. It was much longer than that. Just saying.
Oh, was
Oh,
It was way longer than that for me.
We were like almost
Yeah.
around the world, literally.
Years. Like,
Damn, I feel
Well,
bad. I put out in the second week. Damn.
well,
and you guys, just more advice for the guys. Send them nudes. Or I sent her some nudes for Valentine's Day, and that expedited things.
You said news or nudes?
wow, I thought
You said a news article, right?
Yeah, you just sending breaking news?
Yeah,
Breaking
Wow.
news. Rose sales are up this Valentine's Day.
Oh
Oh
my
my
god,
god.
that's hilarious. You said news.
Just when I was going to give you my number, you know? You were that close and you didn't even know it.
No.
Yeah, technology does assist in a lot of those things. As much as it can hinder us in some ways of being social, it definitely can bring people together, you know, when there's distance or stuff like that, for sure.
Distribution of pornography.
Nudes or non-nudes, you know, either way.
I'm not
Well,
even.
you know, you guys wanted my advice. Remember, you asked for it.
Yes.
Hey,
All right.
well, I have to say it worked for him. So I mean, maybe he's right. I don't know.
I got to step down. I got to go take some pictures. The moon, the light of the moon is just right tonight.
Oh my.
Hey, Camo, does age make a difference? Or did it in
Yeah,
your?
to me, it don't. I've dated 10 years older, 10 years younger. Once they're legal, what's the difference? I mean,
Okay.
I'm a little older than Pamela. Is there a problem with that?
No.
No, I'm just asking. Just asking.
What was that movie with Matthew McConaughey? And he's like standing outside of a high school. I'm not saying you, Camel, but it's just a funny part of the movie. He's like, I get older, they stay the same age. Like
That was
I knew you would know.
that high school movie that came out.
Times at Ridgemont High.
Yeah, that movie. Yeah.
I don't know. It's kind of like now that I'm older, it's kind of creepy. But at the time, it was hilarious because I wasn't thinking too hard. I'm just like, but now you're like, damn, how old was that guy standing outside of the high school?
Yeah.
But it was like, it was kind of funny during the movie because it was like meant to be.
Speak for yourself, Jerry.
Well, you ain't got to look good to yourself. Just you got to look good to the other person.
Keep the lights
Do I
off.
look good naked?
Yeah, we all look the same in the
Do I
dark.
look good naked?
Feel around.
How about
She's
the
cute
chat?
when she's embarrassed. I like embarrassment.
Pamela, I told him not to. He didn't listen.
Oh, Dazed and Confused, not Fast Times at Ridgemont High. I think he's right too. Dazed and Confused. I've seen all those goofy comedy stoner movies. That's like one of my favorite things. It's the dumb movie. But they don't make it. They're not as good anymore. They're not as funny as they used to be. All those like classics like those. Pat Evans wants us to get to it. How's this matchup going to work?
I see that.
Blue butterfly. This would be my advice to you. If you're interested in somebody, wait till they're on a panel, or you could talk them into going onto a panel where you could go backstage and meet each other on safe ground. And then you can exchange information that way. You might even get to see the person for the first time in the backstage. Maybe that's what Bonnie ought to do, is have a backstage meeting place for people.
Meet and greet. There you go.
Is Blue asking for the link to come up? Link even? I'm not sure what that means. She's asking to come up or what that means.
I believe like link in person, like link up, or could be. I don't know.
Maybe so. Oh my God, Pat. I can't run so many things.
I still think that dropping your link sounds like one of them songs they'd sing at a wedding reception late at night when everybody's drunk.
I don't know how to do backstage. Well, you just click the link when someone's doing a backstage after the show and they put a link, you just click it. But you can also do one. You could host one if you wanted. You just might need someone to walk you through it. I know I still do.
You could do a private one just by invitation only.
Right.
Yeah.
Call it How You Doing.
Put your pants back on.
Right. Just keep in mind, just because if you do end up making it creepy and you go too far, that might be your only chance. Don't maybe do that on a back. Don't be too aggressive on the backstage.
Hey, I'll tell you what, I had Candy and she got right in the van.
No.
Oh my goodness. I'm so glad y'all are making me laugh because I was really worried.
All right, I'm removing my name from the hat officially.
No, just stay in the game, Juan.
Make sure the notes reflect that on this evening's closure.
Are you what? Are you age particular?
Stingray, Snipe, Yorga, I got a whole bag of Smarties right here.
We're interrupting Walt's question.
Sorry.
He was halfway through.
I lost it. Sorry, I lost it. Try again in 10 minutes.
Oh my God, you got to do a reboot?
Yep, mental reboot. No, I mean, I guess everybody has preferences, like people say, hey, what's your type? You may have certain things that you like or don't like, but for the most part, I stay pretty fluid,
Right, because the age or what they look like, all of these things really don't have anything to do with what kind of person they are. And that may sound cheesy, but it's true. Like you could have the hottest chick on the planet or the most best
She can
looking
be a
guy
horrible person.
and
Absolutely.
make you
That
fucking
would be
miserable.
terrible.
Yeah.
But if
What
they're,
is-
I don't know. Oh, it's candy.
Whew. Okay, I'm glad we clarified. Yeah, there we go. Thought I had a stack of joints. Damn, prepared.
Didn't know if it was wood or.
Man, heck, it's dating night. You never know.
Don't be putting wood on the camera, okay? It's not that kind of show. But
Guys got to be prepared. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Keeping snacks around with a gal around, that's a really good idea, folks. All right,
Unless you like that type of thing.
Yep. Got vanilla wafers for Valentine's Day once.
Interesting.
Beauty is only skin deep, but ugly goes to the bone. I never really got that when people almost get arrogant in their assholes because they know they're good looking. I like that meme that says something about like, well, congratulations on your face or something like that. Yeah, I messed it up. But every time I see it, because for real, like, what the heck? Like, if you're an asshole, you're an asshole.
Well,
Just
and that's
like a woman. Is that your type? Yorga is a woman. Sorry, funny.
yeah. I don't. Blue. I actually have that song in the lineup. Yeah, it's not about looks, not with me. It's more intelligence, funny.
Funny's a good one. I agree.
Yes, because
Or
you
you
can
can
spend
like a
hours.
medium sense of humor, You just
Yeah.
some
Right.
people.
But you can spend hours, like all day, all night, talking to somebody. And if you don't have anything to talk about, how are you going to do that? So there has to be a lot in common,
Yes.
kind of, or a lot of questions. I ask a lot of questions, but
Well, like-
still, there
like you
has to
said,
be
things in
some
common.
degree of common. Yeah.
Like so you can, and you'll notice that like that was one of this is corny as hell, and I'm totally gonna, oh well, but like certain movies, like goofy, corny, movies, and it's like you always know this. If you throw a line out there, this person always laughs because they know what movie, and you know that you have similar interests based on the movies you watch, and then like music, and it's like the same lines, the same, whatever. That was some of the
Yes.
first things I noticed. It was like, oh man, we like all the same stuff, like in different categories. So yeah, I think that's a big thing because if you're always cracking jokes about and they don't get them, it's kind of boring. Or if they, the stuff they're
Right.
interested in, care less about. Like you're right. What are you going to talk about?
Yeah.
I know.
And I'm
Too.
not,
Go ahead.
I'm not funny. Go ahead, Jen.
But you have a sense of
The way you laugh and everything else, I find laughter.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to yeah, that's not true, Bonnie. You make me laugh a lot.
Yeah. You do.
Only
Oh.
because stupid things I say. It's not because I'm trying to be funny. It's just
Dude, Bonnie, you sound that's what I say all the time about myself. I say I'm funny when I'm not trying to be. I tell a joke, nobody laughs. I say something dumb and they're cracking up. I'm like, look, that wasn't supposed to be funny, asshole. I know exactly
I
what.
mean, I can come up with examples, but I don't think you want me to.
Oh yeah, don't be mean.
I'm gonna throw one out there. I'm gonna throw an example up since Camo didn't. The women in my building, they all think I'm a little, I love being upbeat and positive, and I see that they're down, I'll bring them up. And I'll say something funny, and then they'll look at me like, huh, and then I'll put my hand, I'll do my thumb and my middle finger as if you're doing a man a BJ, okay? And, and I go, yeah, right here. And they all start laughing. And then they know my personality as being upbeat and funny. And I get a laugh out of them. If they're having a cruddy day, it's just, I'll drop something and, yeah, right here. Or just, you got to be. And Bonnie, you do that. You have done that to so many people, bringing us up in the positivity. And it's part of, everybody together, the positivity. No one wants to be listening to someone, oh, poor me. And, granted, we listen to, our, if we have a wound or a this or that, or we need a little help. Doesn't want to listen to some drama mama. Come on. I mean, but you are so positive, upbeat, and look at how many people you bring together, and you do it out of your heart, and we're here.
But it's all of y'all, though. It's not just me. It takes everybody. Prepper 101, just bringing that out there. It's all of y'all.
I didn't mention it.
I remember John, bless his soul. The Wiggles Pickles. And I'm sitting there and I'm like, wait, are you saying Wiggles? And just kept on. I could not understand what he was saying because I've never heard of such a thing. Well, then when I was doing the shorts, if y'all saw when I was at the market doing those shorts, we have a line of Wiggles Pickles up there on the shelf. And I was like, well, I'll be darned. It finally made it here.
You even got a Piggly Wiggly down there?
I don't think we have any anymore. There was one that I knew that was left, but I think it's gone now.
Well, that's something I was going to say is that we all already have so much in common that just in general, like we have a lot of common interests. Like we do disagree on like politics or this or that, but we all a great large, if we did a percentage, it would be a large percentage that enjoys trying to learn about gardening, and we all kind of lean towards maybe trying to prep up some stuff and be ready for things. So like those are two big things to have in common already, that if you go into a different group or a different setting, you just don't get that automatically, like people don't, there's a lot of people that think prepping is eccentric or crazy or, I think it is more common than it used to be.
I don't think most gals would last an hour with me. All right. I got to give Pamela some props here because I live a different style of life. Right? It's not easy. There's no comforts. I got to hand it to her. She's tough.
Yeah, she's got to be something else to put up with you.
Exactly.
I did
it for 2 years in a 77 Dodge van. It's hard.
Says you can't eat a spider plant. I grow other things too. We've got watermelon and peppers and things besides spider plants. And I bet you probably could, although I would probably starve first before I'd eat these things. Oh my God.
Chessboard, that's the thing. Sometimes I start laughing so hard I'm crying. That's what I was doing about the Wiggles. I couldn't stop. And so every so often, if y'all see Victor in the chat and he's putting up a bunch of pickles, that's why. He'll never forget.
Cola, has anybody ever woven baskets out of a spider plant? I mean, you might want to try to think of some utilitarian use for that now, just to
Listen, you guys are giving me shit. You know, they purify the air that we breathe and stuff. And it's not like people act like I'll get 1 plant or 2 plants and I'll get my air purified. That's not even, you got to have like 15 or something before it even does anything. Well, guess what? My house is purified. I got 15 for every room, you know, like, and they're still popping out and I love it, you know. I swear to you guys,
I guess air is pretty important.
It brings an energy to my house. It's like, new life all the time, little babies everywhere, just with their vitality. I don't know, it's like an energy it brings. I'm telling y'all are the ones missing out while y'all all making fun of me.
Not making fun of you.
I am not making fun of you. I'm actually surprised.
And you're just telling me I can't eat them, so I feel like, you know.
No, this is actually how I feel about it. I think it's pretty cool to see somebody your age doing something I know people were so into in the 70s. I remember that, man. I remember the spider plant baby exchanges and people walking into somebody's house and it would be like a jungle and half of it was spider plants because those suckers grow. You know, I remember all that.
I swear I'm a traitor to my generation. I really always thought the 70s were so cool. So that's kind of funny. I never even thought about the spider plants, but I don't know. These were pretty cool, man. You know, I wonder what that would have been like.
They went hand in hand with macrame hangers, right? There was books on it and every hippie knew how to make a macrame plant.
We got offline and Billy goes, you have those. You have tons of those. I just didn't know that's what they were called. The little things that hold the plant that like are what, you know, made out of, I don't know.
Yes.
That's yeah. So we were totally talking past each other. I was like, what's that? And I totally have those too. I know what you're talking about.
I learned how to do macrame in the 70s. I did.
That's something I do not know how to do. I know how to crochet. I can crochet with yarn. I can crochet with plastic bags, grocery bags.
Wow, that's freaking insane.
It would be a cool rug.
And I have thought about doing a live showing how to do that. They call it plarn. And it's pretty cool. I looked into it because when I worked at the library, we were doing a what was it? It was some kind of a recycle thing. And yes, it was, because I actually made an outfit out of garbage bags because they were like, you know, what would you do if all you had was garbage to make something out of it? And so I made a hat.
That's how you get a date right there, Bonnie. You just make yourself a real skimpy little garbage bag outfit.
Walmart bags and shit, and it looks good too. That'd be nuts.
Hey, mine was, I even had ruffles going down it.
Oh my gosh.
It wasn't just holes in a garbage bag and stick it on.
So I've had people try to show me the crocheting to my very face and I couldn't pick up on it. You're saying you think you could teach the garbage bag or a plastic bag crochet through the internet? You think anybody would be able to? I mean, maybe I'm just a hard learner because I was sitting right there and I'm like, how do you remember? You know, I couldn't do it. What's that, Camo?
Yeah. People dressed in shopping bags, directed traffic. This town's been shattered. I've been shattered. My brain's been splattered all over Manhattan.
You can make anyone a pet rock. There you go.
Yeah, that reminds me one time I was dating this girl and we had a lot of things in common. We liked some of the same songs, some of the same movies, food. But went over to her house for the first time. I was being a little nosy, I admit, but I was looking through her wardrobe, and I said, "What the hell is going on here?" She had a French maid outfit. She had a police officer outfit. She had a nurse outfit. And I said, "Well, hell, this will never work. She can't even hold down a steady job." I got the hell out of there.
And what, you passed up a major opportunity there.
Yeah, looking back at it, I think I probably did. Nah, that's just a little joke, but yeah.
I just mentioned the French maid outfit for Pamela just like 3 hours ago.
Oh gosh, TMI, Carl.
Okay. Little Miss is logging out. I'll be right back.
He was jumping
As
around
shy as
because
she
his
is,
buddy
you
was
probably
listening.
just turned her 4 shades of purple saying that, sitting there, unless she didn't hear you.
It was a joke.
Al, did
It
you
was a
get
Oh, I
answer?
know. I'm just saying.
I'm not joking.
You know, I'm 37, and dating in your 30s is a little bit different. You know, it's kind of almost like looking for a parking spot in a way. All the good ones are taken, and the rest are either handicapped or too far away.
Well, there's this thing where they say that at this age, you're out there trying to find the least damaged product you can find at this point.
Oh my gosh. You know, that's another thing though. What that you said, you know, if two people are far away from each other, you know, it instead before it goes too far, if you're not willing to leave your where you're at, or you know, if neither of you are willing to move, then you shouldn't even do it to yourselves. You know, if somebody,
Yeah,
if one of the
somebody's
two,
gonna get hurt.
yes, I mean,
If not both, at least one for sure. Yeah.
I've been here my whole life, and I couldn't have, and that I said that early, thank God, because. But I never would have thought, you know, and I'm just saying, like, you should definitely get that out of the way. Like, maybe, of course, if you're cool to relocate, some people would say, you know, anything for love. If you're one of them people, then you're probably going to be the one that has to move. Chances are, right? Because most people are kind of connected to where they're from. So it's got to be a great love to get you to just up and leave it all. I mean, you know, and you got family and kids or grandkids or whatever. I mean, it's a lot. So that's the biggest thing, I think. You could be compatible with someone, but if you're miles and miles apart and nobody wants to move, it's just heartbreak.
Yeah.
So that's a big thing. I would try to say that early if I was even considering something like that.
It just comes with basic, you know, communication, just being upfront, being honest with someone, you know. Even if they aren't being honest with you, at least you know that you got it off your chest the way you felt and where things stand in your point of view. You know what I mean?
Right.
At least it'll protect yourself, at least from getting hurt, if nothing else. But yeah, definitely communication. That's a big thing.
It is. And so I'm glad y'all mentioned that. Well, shit, whatever. So we were talking about half a year here and half a year there, because all my family is here, all his family is there. So there's ways to work that out also.
Right. But if you talk about it, you know, is the big thing. Because, like, what if somebody doesn't travel or doesn't want to move and they don't say it? And then now then that puts the other person in the position to either have to or have their heart broken. And that's kind of unfair. That's all I'm saying.
I guess that comes down to how bad you want it.
Exactly. That's what I said. But some things are almost non-negotiable, I think, right? Like if it's so far away, you know, and you have a bunch of brand new, just born to you family, I can't imagine going so far away. The 6-month thing, maybe, but you know, unless you hate to travel and it's just not your thing, you know, traveling, that could be, you know, but if you say it and you put it out there, at least people know where everybody stands, you know? Do you think you have
to work it out? A lot of compromises. It goes both ways, you know.
For sure. Because there's other things besides that. Yeah, there's a million other things that,
yeah,
but definitely communicating and compromise. So has anyone boinked yet, Yorga? Not that kind of show, Yorga.
Are any of y'all going to answer that?
Well, you don't know because the camera's off.
I think that's a personal decision. Some people won't, you know, because of their religion and how they feel about that. I've obviously leaned on the live together first method because, you know, marriage is a big deal. I don't know.
Yeah.
Just a personal, I guess it's up to the person.
It's tricky because you can date someone and be real close to someone, but you can't really get to know that person until you're like under the same roof. Certain habits that they have that you can't see until you're in that situation, you know.
Now you guys are making me think of some other aspects of this. Yeah,
Well,
I've been around the block, all right. I've been around for a while, and I made all kinds of mistakes. And I don't even want to tell you how many gals I've dated. But I got to this point to where I knew exactly what I was looking for, all right. And I'm probably going to miss some of the things, but number one, I had to be on the same faith level, all right? Because I've learned things in the past that just doesn't really work if you're not on the same page with faith. There was also, some other things that there had to be an
yes,
attraction. To me, you can enjoy somebody's company, really enjoy talking to them, but if there's no attraction, a mutual attraction, meaning that you want them just as bad as they want you. All right. That was another pretty big one for me because I've been in situations where, it wasn't even. All right. Somebody that wanted to spend time with me. All right. I didn't have to, talk her into it. That there
right.
was
But it
also, politically speaking, we have to be on the same page because I've had issues with that in the past. So there was,
yes,
everybody's be this different than mine. All right. Of course, you had to accept me smoking pot. All right. Or, just things like that. It all had to be compatible. I've been through the game long enough to know I had to be compatible with that person.
but attraction doesn't have to be looking like a
Now, I knew you were
model.
going to stick on that. No, I knew you
Oh,
were going to stick on that because we've discussed this in the
because
past. And you're
because
right. Men
I
are
have
visually attracted.
right, and I have been attracted to people that that weren't. Uh, I don't know.
Weren't
Attraction
usually your
is
type. They weren't typically your type, but their personality, right?
yes,
Me too.
yes.
I know what you're saying.
They don't have to be muscle bound, looking like Hulk Hogan or something. Or well, that's a bad example.
No, I didn't mean it that way. I did not
What you
mean
gonna
it
do,
that way.
buddy?
That's not the way I mean it, though. There's a lot more to that.
The attraction
Attract,
is the conversation, the things you have in common, the the you know, and yes, I can understand the way a person presents themselves tells a lot about them. Do they care about themselves? Do they um like I don't know.
You can visually assess before you get attraction to the main characteristics that really matter. First and foremost, we see the physical attraction, how a person carries or presents themselves. You can tell a lot about a person. You can't tell everything, but you can get a general assessment.
Yes.
Well, what's funny is that I think that that's what happens when you're in real life. That's the typical way things happen in real life. But in here, how many times have you known somebody for a year and never seen them? Or just see a symbol and you just hear their voice and see their chat?
A lot.
Exactly.
I
And that
never
is
really expected anything different. I expected it to stay anonymous like that with most cases. What
right, which
surprised
makes you be
me is the
yourself. You're like,
relationships
fuck it,
that
I'm
you
never gonna.
build.
I'm just saying that in my case, I don't think I ever had done that before. I don't think I'd ever made such a great big connection without even having a real clear idea of what somebody looked like because I just hadn't seen many streams with, actually seeing a face or anything. It was
Yeah.
actually the time was just an icon. And I remember thinking like, I don't think it matters. And of course I was pleasantly surprised. I'll say that. Like I wasn't like, oh God, it was crazy that both boxes got checked, but I didn't know that. And I thought to myself, I don't think it matters. I don't think if he's 4 foot tall and 700 pounds, it would. I mean, well, maybe I'm
Yeah,
going a little
that might be the deal breaker.
right, but I mean, like maybe totally not my type,
Man,
right?
you was dating a pancake. You was dating the world's largest pancake.
I'm just saying that I think if you have a really great connection and you actually, I just never had it happen that way. It was always the opposite. I
Right.
always did go by looks because they were there first, but sometimes they're not there first. In this
So
case,
then that brings up the question. So what if you really hit it off with somebody in here and you might see their face, but not the rest of them, and you really, really start falling for this person, and in the end you find out they're sitting in a wheelchair? Is that a deal breaker?
Well, that would be kind of deceptive.
Yeah,
to me,
that would be
you
deceptive.
know, because that's what I mean about just be open about who you are.
Yeah.
You know, you
Just
got
basic communication.
yeah, that's a surprise. You know?
Okay, I guess
Not,
I can understand that.
maybe not that it would be everyone's business, but if it was that type of level, of course, it would. I think it should be
Yeah.
presented. You know.
Right.
Yep.
If they're being honest about who they are, is basically what it is. Because then it's already you're under a deception at that point.
Right. And I know usually in the backstage, that's where you would see everything. Like, no, not everything, but
words carefully around here.
Yeah,
I'm telling you, nobody that hasn't been backstage is ever coming back ever again after this.
I don't mean that. I just mean like the camera on and you get up to go do something, or
Oh yeah.
you know,
welcome
you're
to Bonnie's Backstage.
The late version.
I thought Facebook
What?
messaging was easier than giving your phone number because you know what I mean? So
Yeah.
you have to approach it with caution at first.
yes,
You know?
yes.
Well, communication is key. And do you remember that picture I put up there, Bonnie? That one time, that Halloween picture, I had that. I was that vampire with the purple leggings. You know,
Yeah.
I always do show and tell anyway. So, but yeah, hey, it's if you have nothing to hide, you know, be straightforward and talk.
Right. And I've done lives where I've been on camera. It's no secret what I look like and what all my imperfections. Oh well.
I think that's why it's kind of important to meet somebody in person, and video calls are about as close as you can get to that other than actually doing it. And you can get a feel of what a person's like, their mannerisms, whether you can even tolerate their voice. I mean, there's people on this planet that their voice alone is like nails on a chalkboard to me. So, you know, those kind of things matter.
No, I can hear you right.
Ammo.
It's not like I'm trying to be mean or nothing. It's just that, you know, I can't. It's the way it works. I can't change it. You know.
I used to think that about that show that came on when I was a kid, the Nanny Show, and that lady, she had that laugh, and I said, "Man, that is still got to be the world's most horrible laugh." I don't know.
I bet that's not really her laugh. Do you think so? I feel like that was her character's laugh, but you know, she could laugh like that in real life. But I think
I wouldn't think so. Yeah.
What was that scene? It was, I think, out of a movie where you want to hear the most annoying noise in the world.
Dumb and Dumber.
Dumb and Dumber, yeah.
I was thinking that movie with Watch Joke, like at the very end of the movie where that bus of hot chicks comes by and they're asking where something is and they point it.
Amen, Cindy.
And then they chase the bus down again. And, well, we're such idiots. And they're like, it's that way. And send them away again. Bus full of hot chicks.
Yeah.
I don't know why.
Yeah. We're looking for a couple of guys to go on tour with us and rub us down with oil. Do you know anybody?
Wait, where?
So when they chase the bus down, you think they're going to be like, we'll do it. And they're like, we're just idiots.
I think they went that way.
I think you piqued Bonnie's interest there.
Oh, yeah. You got to be a total goober at that point. Uh,
Hey, Cynthia.
Well, you just told you're not hiding anything. You just said it. It's not. That's not what they're saying. If you were like getting, intimate, trying to build an intimate relationship with somebody and didn't tell them, I think is what they mean. And
Right.
yeah.
I don't think
Yeah.
that.
And I've been asked, like any hip surgeries? No. Any heart surgeries? No. Stuff like that. So I get it. I mean, you're wanting to know what you're dealing with. And
I think it's safer to find somebody in the group than it is on like a dating app or something.
I agree.
Yeah.
But
Had an ingrown toenail once.
everybody is who they say they are, and there are psychos out there. But I think we've got a lot of good people. But you do have to be careful, especially like I don't know. I don't want to be sexist and say the women have to be more careful than the men, but I don't,
Well, I think about it even like if I date, meeting up with someone, you just never know. They might be setting you up to knock you over the head and rob you or something. You just never know.
Yeah, I know that's kind of scary. What? Yep.
Not that I
agree
always
with
think that, but I just, stay frosty and keep my guard up.
But also
Yeah.
the other thing is if you spend a lot of time, like that would be, you got to think about it too. Like if you've been talking to somebody for a week and meet up with them, that's more likely than if it's been years or a couple, it's been
Oh yeah,
months or something. Cause that's a long con just to, knock somebody over the head and take
Yeah.
their money. Cause trust me, I thought about it. I was nervous and I know he was a good, I felt like I knew he was a good guy, but I was still scared, a little bit, just the, you never know. But of course, thank God he wasn't a psycho.
I never thought I'd meet up with Camo at all. Like when
Yeah.
he was my first subscriber or whatever, and I seen him in chats, and it wasn't anybody that I didn't even think that I would, be into him, or I wasn't looking for a relationship. But we talked a lot. Like outside of the groups for a while. Like sometimes the conversations would be like 8 hours.
Yes.
And I got to know him better as a person. And I was intrigued with the things that he does. I've been on the opposite end of it where I've had everything that I would have wanted. And those people were toxic to me in essence,
Yes.
And so it just, I had to figure out who I was or what there's a lot to it, but I think it's safer in the group. But I was terrified too, Cola. You're right.
You know what Billy said? Everybody was worried and this and that. He goes, why didn't anybody ever think you were going to kill me? He was like offended that everybody was worried he was going to kill me. Well, why couldn't anybody thought you were going to kill me? It was so funny.
You did show up with a casserole that could have had anything in it.
Yeah, he didn't eat much of it. I think that's it. I think he was like, I don't know.
Let me see you eat
Well,
some
I
first.
don't know. Now you guys make me want to say this. Trust your gut. All right. And pay attention to red flags. Don't in my past, mostly my distant past, I ignored red flags. All right, well, it can't be that bad. Well, it was fucking bad.
I can change her.
Oh yeah, no, that's the thing is, no, I don't want to change nobody, and I sure am not changeable. I made that completely clear. I'm not fucking going to change at this point. All right, do not look at me like I've got this potential to be something, because you ain't gonna like it. All right, so yeah, I don't know, man. Why am I even talking? I got so many failed things in my past. I shouldn't even be talking to you people about this. Don't listen to me. I made more mistakes than all of you.
Yeah, the Tinder swindler chessboard. That's nuts. Y'all ever heard that one? The Tinder swindler. That's the guy just getting all these girls to give him money. I mean, like a lot of girls too. And it was crazy. Like when you really get details in the story, I guess what made it work is every once in a while he'd give a little bit of money back for something or other. And he had them convinced, like, I don't know, that he did have money, but he was something. I don't know. It's been a while, but it's nuts. I guess he'd get money from one woman and send, like, take a little bit of it and give it to another one and say, oh, there's more. I'm going to get the rest. But I don't know. I don't know if y'all haven't seen it. probably have no idea what I'm
No,
saying.
I've got something called a conscience.
Yeah, that's the thing. These people don't have conscience. They don't
Yeah.
care who they hurt at all.
Yeah.
Oh, Pat, but I don't think that would be a deal breaker. I mean, tattoos. I wouldn't think. I don't have any. But
420. I got weed.
Which
and
one?
yeah,
I survived or I served? I
I
don't know
need
what
to
that.
get a cash out. Me love you, John Dunning says.
What's up, Wayne?
I've seen women do that too. A lot of TikTokers, they're usually overseas. I see a lot of men fall for it. Uh, and Bob, sorry, but a lot of them are Filipino women.
I can't sell my feet pics now. Pamela wouldn't like that at all.
Well, I know somebody in my community right here who has fallen for that. And he thinks they're going to get married, but we'll see what happens. But he sends her a whole lot of money.
That's
Okay.
horrible.
Say it different, Wayne. I think you're saying I survived or I served. I don't know. Just say it different. Like I lived instead, if that's it. Yeah, Pat.
Yep. I've talked to Pat. That's how I've made friends with a lot of people here is somehow getting their phone numbers, usually through an email, I guess, and just talking to them. Just we're regular people, but all of y'all. I was watching a live earlier, and I kind of got a little upset about things that were being said, but y'all have kept me together for the past year. No lie. And it is just so appreciated. And that's it. And I know that there are so many others that feel the same way. I've talked to them. I've seen them. They're not seen them, but seen them in chat, seen them all over. And so we have a lot of people that are alone and that just want conversation. And so that's what I was thinking. Even with this, if y'all can get emails or whatever and be able to just talk on the phone. When you're going through a hard time and you need someone to talk to, somebody out there will listen to you.
So maybe we should change it to like just making connections, like, and everybody starts on a friendship level, so it's not so intimidating. Like, like everybody just like make
Absolutely.
connections instead of look for
Yes.
your next man or woman. Just make some connections with each other.
Yes.
As
Nah,
friends.
get the bottle out.
Whatever forms, whatever happens.
Yeah. Your
About
view
one
is
hour. Oh, he's
to
gonna be rude because he's got the tickets. Somebody's gonna. You think somebody we know? Wouldn't that be cool? Somebody in this chat hit that shit. I don't think I got one this time. I already got one. I did the Simpsons numbers and the Powerball hit, but nothing else.
I probably wouldn't tell you, but you would see some changes. No, I would bless some people if I won. I bought me a fistful of them. So if I got a chance, I got a chance.
I've
Number
never
again.
bought a
So you're
scratcher.
saying there's a chance.
I've never ever I haven't spent a single dollar on any scratcher or any kind of lotto or anything in my life, and there's a good
wish you
reason
did
for
that
it.
chessboard.
Yeah, that would be totally
Party
cool.
store I worked at. One of the guys that worked there, he started on his night shift scratching tickets. Right, there was a roll, rolls, maybe like 8 rolls at the counter or something of these back in the early '90s, and he scratched tickets all night long. And I know the clerks aren't supposed to do that, and this guy's actually dead now, but he, I watched him go from hundreds of dollars ahead to hundreds of dollars behind. I saw him get up to where he is like $2,000 ahead, and then he went to like $2,000 behind, and he kept scratching those tickets all night. Out of all 8 rolls were gone, and by morning came, and doggone, he owed like $400 in the end. He did not win, right? And it was a hair raising thing for him. He was, his boat was sunk several times. He was worried. And after seeing somebody do that, I got no interest in those.
If someone wants to get you. Wait, what do you mean, Pat?
There you go.
Excuse me. I know. And I keep saying, need to go get Pat. But I would have to.
That's probably exactly what I would do with a lot of money, Bonnie. Is I would gather all of you folks in one location, and we'd start some kind of weird commune. All right?
Yes, absolutely. That's the. I think that would be the ultimate, because we could all work together. Because all of us have something to contribute. Some of us have muscles. Some of us have brains. Some of us have it's just the ability to contribute something.
Right. I would think even if you won all of that though, and you did something like that, you should be smart and you shouldn't make freaking big ass mansions. You should make practical, 3-bedroom ranch style homes, and that's all anybody really needs. Now,
I thought it out long ago, girl. I thought about this decades ago. If I was that rich, first thing I'd do is I would get a big chunk of property as rural as I could get. I would build a big lodge, swimming pool, overhead, deck inside where you could jump off the railings into the pool in front of a big rock fireplace, a big union hall where everybody could meet. But then I'd have all of it subdivided into small lots. And then I'd give that lot to each person that comes there, let them only be responsible for the taxes of the property. And that way everybody could have their own little retreat, their own private little property to go to, but we could all meet in the giant hall. Wouldn't that be cool?
Yes. A community kitchen, like a clubhouse where you can go and play games, watch movies together.
Giant kitchen, yes.
So it wouldn't need to be a huge house. I mean, if it was just me, I wouldn't need no 3-bedroom house. Even if the kids come to visit, they can figure it out. They can sleep in their cars. I mean,
if I hit the Powerball and I have that kind of money, I'm having a 3-bedroom house. There's no doubt about it. DJ's gonna have a room. Clem's gonna have a room for the one day they visit me the week. That's your room, buddy. You hit the Powerball.
Well, you got your own little slice of property. Do with it what you want. That's what I mean. It's like
you just regular. I could see it if it was, but if you hit the Powerball, man. I definitely would have my screened-in porch. That's what I really want. I love it. I love my
even if I get to move out to Mama's, that's one of the first things I want to put is a screened-in. It wouldn't be a porch; it'd be a room off the back, so that it would be my workroom. Like
it's funny that we both want that. It's so specific. I swear, I have mine.
Yes.
So
and
the
plants every window.
Yes, I did that, girl. I have a picture. I hope I still have those pictures. Where so all the way around, about waist level, there was a shelf, that kind of came out about a foot, and I had plants going all the way around, and then I had what is it called, Carl, macro, whatever, the plant holders too coming down, and it was so beautiful. It was like you walked out there and it just had its own vibe. And now I don't have that anymore, but the whole house is like that now.
Yeah.
It's just, there's not as much windows, like when you have a screened in room, everything is getting sun. Yeah,
Yes.
I want that too, Bonnie, so bad.
And I would put shutters somehow to, like during the winter, because I know I'd be out there a lot. That's where I'd do lives and everything if I kept on doing lives. But
Good to see you, Tom.
Oh yeah, I'd have me a live studio like Joe Rogan. It'd be the Watt Life experience.
It would be cool to have a whole room for that. Yeah. I don't know if I'd do
Oh
it.
yeah, with that much cash, yeah. I looked it up.
I'm sad I didn't get a ticket. I don't even get to pretend to dream for it because I don't have a freaking. I'm done with y'all. I'm leaving. I don't have a ticket. I'm just kidding though.
It's not that we won't do it. We just haven't done it yet.
What's up, Tuck?
Hey, Tuck.
I don't
Actually,
usually
kind of
play,
lived
but I
that
did.
way when I was young. In the 70s, when I got in all that trouble, they shipped me up into northern Michigan, and I stayed up there with a bunch of hippies and non-veterans. All right? And when I say a bunch, there was like, I don't know, 20 families that all lived right next to each other in the middle
Yeah.
of nowhere. High altitude where you get 5 foot of snow in the winter. And everybody loved everybody. This is how it started. When I got there, everybody knew what everybody's family was doing. They had these great big field parties and kegger beer, and everyone grew their own weed and their own food and had their own livestock. And I did a lot of farm work up there and stuff with those people, and I learned a lot from it. But, over time, by the 80s, all the old guys that were in Nam started dying off. All right. And then religion separated some of these people. Some of them became, they had little, what would you call it? A disagreement. One wife doesn't like the other wife, whatever it is. And it kind of dissolved. I mean, some of the kids still own some of the properties and stuff, but most of those people are gone. It didn't last. It was cool while it did, but it didn't last.
That would be the one thing you'd worry about because it is hard for a bunch of different personalities to get along. We do it for the most part, but it's impossible for everybody to get along all the time. It's like impossible. Something's going to happen,
Well,
and then
you have your own home.
for sure.
That kind of reminds me too, Cola, because me and my buddies, we didn't restore it. We made it livable. We took a giant old church that had burned out in Oxford, Michigan, and we turned it into a 20-room boarding house for just us and our buddies. And at the time, they're mostly all gone. They're most dead now. But there was a bunch of us that hung out, and we had the worst street in town, the dark street that everybody told their kids to stay away from. That's the street. And this big old house, if we had a problem, if somebody had a problem, somebody screwed somebody's girlfriend or something, and that was going to be a fight, we'd get out the boxing gloves and go out to the garage, and we'd all be there. All right. And we would make them work it out. And it works. I've seen people bash the shit out of each other and then become best friends afterwards. I don't know really how that works, but it does. You got to get that problem out there, fix it. Don't let it fester.
Exactly. And what you were talking about, so that's kind of what I'm seeing. The foundation of the family, the group, whatever. Once that foundation is gone, unless everyone else from then on still has that same goal, the same attitude, they kind of separate, go their own ways. Right.
Happens. Sometimes it happens for good reason.
Well, yeah.
I couldn't even do that anymore. I'm too old for that shit. Cops were there every weekend. You know, it was like it was a constant drama.
Well, y'all know if I hit the lottery, the only place I'm doing it would be Kentucky. So, like, if nobody does it in Kentucky, it's a very low odds that I will go there and live in even in the nicest house ever, because that means I have to leave the state, and I just don't see doing it for so many reasons. I hear people talking about everywhere else, and to be honest, maybe I'm just completely biased, but I'm like, that sounds awful. You know, I like it here. I've been here my whole life.
That's where I think that there would be a little bit of a problem, because North people are used to that weather and South people are not. And South people are used to their weather and North people are not. So where would this piece of property be? And I think that that's the issue that a lot of people have, is where would it be?
If it was up to me, it'd be high ground up in the mountains, well defendable. You know,
Hard to breathe.
Right. I got a room right now if you needed it. It's not a big house, but I definitely have extra room if everybody ever needed it that I trusted. I wouldn't turn them away. But yeah, there's so many good things to be said about it. Like I feel like there's good, they call it bluegrass state. There's definitely good farmland. It is good weather most of the time. And I don't know, nothing's being imposed to it. People still live basically free. I don't live in the city anymore. I will say the city had gotten worse than my entire life, but in the country, it's just like the way it should be to me. But
yeah,
it will be expensive. Really,
and on a mountain is kind of hard. It's not usually good soil. It's not usually it would be hard to homestead a mountain, I would think.
Oh yeah. You know, preferably find something that had already been started, but
yeah.
I guess that would be a better suitable thing for the wayward type. If you're too entrenched in where you are, I understand that one. Somebody like me, I ain't got no anchors. All right, the only anchor I have is, the finances to move on. That's the only thing anchoring me now.
Right.
There's a weird statistic I should look up, but people don't. A big chunk of percent of people don't usually leave the state, and then of the people that do, a huge percentage come back. And I don't know for what reasons, but I know that I've seen it. And I was like, man, I totally fall into that. For one thing, the cost of living is really low. Like Indiana and Kentucky are like the lowest cost of living. So if I move literally anywhere, I'm going to be like, damn, shit's expensive. Just because I'm used to the prices that they seem high here. Right. But I know that this is one of the lowest cost of living states. And, I don't know, just different things, but I don't know. I love the state. And,
I've thought about
I get that feeling.
And it is beautiful. There's places where I don't know where there's so many, you could go so many different, once you're out of the city there, you can, there's places I've never even seen in Kentucky that are real super rural. And I guess maybe if you hit the lotto and you could do whatever, you could have your own endless supply of everything, and you could make your own little town in the middle of nowhere. So you wouldn't need the city anymore. So that would be cool. But you'd really have to strike it real rich to afford. I think about 2 acres is, you don't need much more than that. I mean, you could have 5, I guess, but that's a lot of land. And if you all have it and you add it together, that's a lot of land. I mean, I feel like an acre would be kind of skimping it. 2 acres is a whole lot to me.
Mm-hmm.
because you'll have a little bit for some, gardens, and then some for anything else you want, just to not, have a garden there.
I just have half an acre, and it's too
I
big.
grew up on I grew up on a big piece of property, and we've had several large parcels when I was growing up, 40-acre lots here and there. And it depends on how motivated you be. I've got 4 acres here that I mow. There's 4 acres that I mow, and that's a lot of mowing. All right, that's a couple hours on a rider. It's if you were to garden on something like this, it would be one person full-time job,
Yeah. Billy mows too all the time, and I know he gets sick of it. One of the things I would like is what I hope in the future. We have that one greenhouse, and it's so great. I'd like to have 2 or 3 of them. I mean, it's a lot, but I mean, everything does so well in there, and it's so nice and neat, and it's just, I don't know. We haven't had any issues out of it since we put it up. I think it'd be cool to have 2 or 3 of those, and then even some other gardens. But right now I just have one and one garden. But in the future, maybe I'll have a little bit more. There's room. But I also don't want to use it all up either. That's why I said it's a good amount to have a little bit of both yard and have, and even have some still flower beds and stuff. It's a pretty good amount of space, in my opinion.
I had a lot of property for 25 years up here in northern Michigan. Same block that I told you I was in that big commune with. All right. But we had private property there afterwards. So we had 64 acres that backed up to family's other property, which made it like 180 acres. And then around that was the Pierre Marquette National Forest. So I could walk out, and I mean, it was 45 minutes to get gas or a pack of cigarettes in any direction. It was a long ways away from everything. The hospital's an hour and a half away, which was Traverse City. But I was on it was the highest altitude in lower Michigan. And I miss that, man, because I can still see all the roads and trails and stuff I made from Google Earth. I spent so much time in the woods. I practically lived out there full time. I'd set up tents, and people, they called it Camp Carl, and people would hunt it, and I'd let people do, I'd keep army tents set up with wood stocked and wood stoves, and maintain trails out to the camps and stuff. And plus you had the Pierre Marquette National Forest right next door, and I'd found old, abandoned orchards and stuff and brought them back, and I spent a lot of time. It depends on how much time you spend in the woods or on the land, because you can just keep going, man. You could, next thing you know, you'll be building ponds and stuff.
Yeah, I like to have me at least 100+ acres, maybe a couple hundred trees, gardens, ponds, all that.
Yeah, that would be. I mean, I'm not saying it wouldn't be great. I'm just saying, like, as far as what I feel like I'd like to have more, but I'm content for the most part. Carl, every time you say
outside and shoot any kind of rifle I wanted all night long. Nobody even fucking heard
That's
me.
what I'm talking about. I want that type of life. That
When
type
you-
of freedom, which I got now, but I need more acreage.
where I'm at, my neighbors pop them off all the time, and nobody calls anybody. It's just like, oh, they're doing their thing over there. It's not. It's not. That's what I'm telling you. Like, that's the kind of stuff. Now in the city, maybe, I don't know. But real quick, Carl, every time you say Northern Michigan, my freaking my musical Tourette sings Kid Rock, "Summertime in Northern Michigan." Every freaking time.
That line takes me right back to the 1980s, Cola.
Good song.
Not
You like it? It's a good song, isn't it? It's such a
it fits
song.
part of my life, man. I can remember going up north, and having a hell of a time. We used to go down. I've been down all the rivers, the Rifle, the Asabo, the Manistee, all the big rivers in Michigan. I canoed them and tubed them, and that's real fun, man. That was what living was about.
Yeah, I've definitely been to a couple field parties when I was young, and like, I don't know, I feel like in certain areas they probably never even heard of field parties, and they're fun,
Mm-hmm. Oh yeah.
in a house party, you got to worry about stuff getting broken, this or that. A field party, what's going to go wrong?
We had to worry about raids. We got raided. The cops would raid our field
God,
party.
what kind of, that must have been a big party, Carl.
A few hundred people. In like right around 81, I built the stereo system. All right, I took two 800-watt PVs, a 400-watt Korg, got a Techniques and an Onkyo turntable. I got two 32-band DoD equalizers, and then I built my own speaker stacks, which was 6 JBL 200-watt Wolfers with Tiger Stadium's old dispersion chambers and a 350-watt driver on them. So I built a stereo that was louder than bands at concerts, and I could blow the light bulbs. I broke windows out of houses down the neighborhood with this stereo, and I would take that out into the woods, and we'd hook it up, and you could hear it 3 miles away in another town. All right. So when we had a party, we would have a couple thousand people show up, hundreds of kegs. We would have parties like that back in the day. Sometimes out in the gravel pits, we'd have lines of 100 four-wheel drive trucks.
It makes sense outside with that many people. It's still going to be cleanup, but less worry of breaking anything or anything going too wrong. But yeah, it's been years. I was really young. I probably shouldn't have been out doing that, getting drunk and shit, but it was a lot. I've been years. I don't know how long. I can't even imagine how long it's been since something like that, You get older and you don't have to go to a field to drink alcohol anymore. You just do it in the comfort of your own home and get old, I guess. But it was fun.
That's what I do. Buy about a 200-acre plot right on the Savannah River.
That's a cool place too. I've seen the Okefenokee.
Oh shit! You can come on down. Once the compound gets built, you can come on down. Shit, I'll even show you the pet gators.
The same thing with Louisiana, both Georgia and I got to go through them both twice and didn't get to spend any time playing in the woods. I was pissed off both times. I wanted to stop and I couldn't.
I do leave it open that one day I might be more of a traveler. Like I've never really liked it. I just don't like it. But I didn't used to like plants the way I do now, So I leave it open that maybe one day I'll be more into like going and seeing. I just really don't like traveling. That's the thing. Because ideally, if you were like mega loaded, super rich, I think it'd be cool to have a nice place in every state. If you had money like that and you could just visit and have a place everywhere you went or something crazy like that.
I'd buy a big ass tour bus and just hire somebody to drive me around the country and see everything.
Yeah, that sounds like terrible to me, but maybe one day I'll be there. Maybe one day I'll be like, that sounds like fun. I don't know.
Hey, who is that? Willie Nelson on tour? Shit.
Oh, that's funny, Pat Evans.
Yeah, I do like a 12-month tour and come back home.
That's what I was getting ready to say. When Cole said that was, I remember living out of state for a couple of years and then coming back to Michigan. And back when I still had connections to it. Now all that area I grew up in, that's all been urbanized. Right? It's nothing like it was when I grew up. The city took it over. The city has been encroaching north from Detroit my whole life, and it just took off in the last 20 years. I don't even know where all these people come from. But it was, I don't even know where I was going with that now. It took me back.
What you just said. Okay, when you're gone for that year, I'll house sit.
Oh, that's what I was going to say. When you come back to an area you're familiar with, you grew up in or whatever. That's why Cole said that people say they always come back when they leave. In a lot of cases they do. Especially when you're younger, you're going to go back.
It's a weird statistic here. I like to think it's because it's so great. That's what I like to think. It's so great here. People don't even want to leave it. And when they do, and it's not all of them. It's something like, I think it's like 50% or something come back, but it's a huge one. And I don't know what the statistics are for all the other places in the world. I just know that somebody told me that once when I was younger. And I was like, you know what? That seems true. Well, I know people that have never left, lots of them. And then I know people that have left and come back, especially like the Air Force. I mean, you have to move around when you're in the Air Force. My uncle was gone for 20 years and he's back now. He came, and that's where he came. All the places he was in, all kinds of beautiful places.
Yeah.
Hawaii was one of them. He still came back here to live, because it's home. I don't know.
When I win the lottery,
Carolina,
I'm gonna do a lot of traveling, but I ain't never leaving Georgia. It'll always be my home.
You got to have a home base.
Got to. Heck, for
that's what I was gonna say. There is
that much
another
money, I
side of
could
it.
have an underground base.
Well, it can be a different side of that. What if all your family's gone and all your friends die off, and all those houses you lived in when you were a kid are either burned down or were tore down, and they changed the town. You can't even go into any local place that you've known before and know anybody anymore. They're all gone. Because that happens too. That's what I've got. That's what I mean. I got no anchor. All that
Yeah.
shit in my past is gone.
I lived in the city my whole life. Where I'm at now, I never really ever spent any time here. I mean, it's just the state in general. But I mean, I never thought I'd live outside of the city. So I mean, I made a little progress. I'm, good ways away from the city now. And I don't know. It's crazy. It's weird because I used to always hate, like in movies and stuff, they would do all these stereotypes. Like if the person from Kentucky was always like had a straw hat and a piece of straw hanging out, bare feet, all this over the top stuff. And I lived in the city my whole life and never saw anything like that, but all you have to do is go to the country and you might find something like that, but it's not quite that far gone, but it's kind of funny because I used to think I hated the country. I used to think, but it's great. I love it, so I guess I am making progress. I got out of the city anyway. Can't imagine
Jerry,
I was
pick
there.
me up. I want to see it.
There you go. Jerry knows what's up. Once you know, you can never forget.
Jerry, where you at? Come pick me up because I want to see it.
He's got a universal spirit. He's everywhere at once.
Carolina, good to see you. I'm in the
Candy.
middle of nowhere. Nobody goes through here. I'm too far south. Nobody goes through here to get to anywhere.
Oh, there's people. They're coming and going.
I'm not far enough south that I've been able to meet Rocksteady, but still.
So you got some questions or something like that for the game, or are we just gonna, since we didn't get enough points, not do it? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to put you on the spot, but I was just curious.
They're just okay, like they're just cheesy, easy questions, not even crazy. Like, what's your favorite meal?
Like if you could have somebody cook something for you on the first date, what would you have them pick, or what would you have them cook?
I'm pretty good at macaroni and cheese.
There you go. That's pretty universal sometimes.
Hey, Craig. Oh, 420. Yep. Steak.
Steak's always a good one.
Stuffed cabbage. Interesting.
Mm-mm.
I want to try it. I want to try the stuffed cabbage.
That's good.
It's
okay.
good.
So what? Just out of
Yeah.
curiosity, what is it stuffed with? Is it peppers and onions or cheese, or the kind that you like, Pat? Is that what's in there? Or so nosy.
Probably meat and onions and vegetables, probably.
Yeah, I
hamburger, rice, breadcrumbs, eggs, milk.
They have a Greek festival here locally sometimes, and they have stuff like that there. Man, it's so good.
Hey, Eric. Good to see you.
Gwumki. That's what I had for dinner tonight. It's a Polish.
Nice. That sounds good.
Yeah.
I had the old bulgogi beef. Bulgogi beef and spring rolls for dinner. That was pretty good.
Peppers, onions, beef sausage. Ooh, does sound good.
But I don't know. I'd probably tell them, whatever you're comfortable with, or what would you think about, and then I can kind of generally assess if I maybe like that thing or not. But I don't know.
I think the best recipe I've ever come up with was my own thick bread pizza with tomato paste sauce that I make out of that, little cans of tomato paste with ground venison and morel mushrooms fried on top.
That does sound good. I wouldn't turn down a slice. I'll tell you that.
I don't see nobody else making it, and it's real good.
Yeah, we got a pizza place like that here. And they've got like, your usual ones, but they've got ones with like different ingredients. But each one of their pizza has like a different name, like a funky name. Oh,
Well, if nobody's playing, that means nobody's winning the fabulous Backstage movie event extravaganza. I can't think of a name. Nobody's winning shit because y'all ain't playing. Yorga's dying to talk about eggs. That's your favorite meal, huh? Yorga eggs.
No, I think Craig's trying to push an egg narrative.
nice.
I thought it was Yorga.
Yeah, that's
I thought it started with Craig, but it could be both of them. They could be in and out together.
Sounds about right.
Hmm.
Conspiring to talk about eggs. You were once an egg. Gross. You were once an egg, Craig.
Eric, that's
And
not.
the fastest swimmer.
Yeah, somebody.
yeah, that's true.
Oh my gosh. What the heck? I just read that.
That sounds good.
Really? Gross.
Well,
That's
it
one of those
sounds good
things
to
that
me.
might be good if you ate it and didn't know what it was, but there's no way I
You
can
know
know
what
that.
Eric said.
Gotta be
That's
true.
Oh, okay. I was about to say, dang, I like pork chops. I like a pork chop about any way you can cook it.
That's a good question, Jerry. I just bought some today, but I don't know how much they were. I
What's
didn't
that?
look. Dozen eggs. If I get fresh eggs, they're $4.
I haven't bought
Yeah,
eggs
same
in
I
at least a
seen you
year.
fired Yorga, Craig, or somebody fired Yorga. I saw some short about Yorga being fired.
So you want the next question?
Yes, let's do it.
What you got?
What does your ideal weekend look like?
It's a good one. That could vary.
Campfire, middle of nowhere. All you need supplies. You just sit there and throw logs in the fire the whole weekend.
There you go.
There and throw logs in the fire the whole
It's a
weekend.
nice picture.
Cabin on the lake, stocked cabin, and there'd be a lake there. Go fishing, and you can go swimming. Maybe have a canoe if you want, but just have the peaceful quiet, just like Camel said, and have the little fireplace there at night, and yeah, look at the stars. Yeah.
Sounds nice as well.
I'd say home cooked meal and after Scooby snack and funny movies. That's what I say.
You're staying at home.
There you go.
You're
No. So, guys, down on the coast, fishing. You can do a bonfire on the coast, on the beach. Hammocks. Yep.
Oh yeah, I love a good hammock. I broke my last one.
And horses. I forgot you gotta have horses.
Yes, absolutely. The horses.
Oh,
You gonna do a Lady Godiva? Mine, is that what you're trying to do?
Did I say anything about clothesless? My hair is not long enough yet. And no, I'm not riding a horse with no clothes. That's just ouch. No.
Oh, my God.
I can see that. I love horses.
Oh, me too. Oh my gosh.
Grew up with them.
Yeah.
Had my own Tennessee Walker till I was 8. Had to
This is a
get rid
good,
of them because they moved me to the city.
right, Jerry? So this is a good one for everybody. What's the most fun thing you've done recently?
Well, I can't really tell you.
Yeah, I can't disclose that in a public forum.
Oh boy. Stood up for my constitutionally protected act, or my rights.
Yeah, this is getting real. It's getting deep, honey.
Really? Well,
In front of a camera.
Um,
more fun than
well, I don't know. It was a lot of different things. Probably me personally was the last 4th of July and seeing the kind of celebration and different things with that, the fireworks and different people. That was pretty fun. Probably a lot of things in between that, but that was pretty cool.
there you go.
I tried doing that car show, but that video got messed up. I don't know what happened with it. The value, I don't know. I don't know what
I like a
happened.
good car show too.
Yes.
There's a place here locally I've never been, but it's called Stalin's Island. It's a little island that you got a canoe up to. It's not too far from here up the Savannah River, but I don't know. I think it was like in 2000. They put a bunch of donkeys and the goats out there to kind of control like the vegetation and stuff, but they just grew, and now it's a thing. People come to this area and they've heard about they nicknamed it Donkey Island, but people will come here just to canoe and kayak to go back there and check out the island. It's pretty cool. I've never been back in there myself. Yeah, Donkey Island.
Cool.
Well, last weekend they had cow chip throwing contest, but that I didn't have a car to get there, so.
Aw, those are fun. Saltgrass Steakhouse. Y'all got some good answers in chat. Playing cards. Love to play cards. I was playing Uno with my granddaughter. We were doing dress up. I was playing with the grandson. That was my fun this last week, spending time with the grandkids.
Oh,
Yeah.
Cheryl, awesome.
Oh, that is awesome, Sherry. Sherry's in the perfect place. We all need to move there with her.
Oh, that sounds nice. Yeah.
She needs help.
Never rode a horse.
Really? Well,
Oh.
Gosh.
yeah, we'd have to get you a Clydesdale.
Yeah.
Oh, if I win the lottery, yeah, I'd probably get one. I'd get a whole fleet of Clydesdales.
Cool.
Just hire somebody to take care of them.
Or a
A
Morgan.
royal Clydesdale fleet.
You just have to build a deck or something where I can get on it. Because they're tall. You can have
How
a
tall they are. I don't know. I guess you can ride one,
yes.
Wow.
There's a couple.
It'd be a little intimidating, for a smaller person, I imagine.
A 17 to 19 hand horse is a big horse. What?
You said, what did you say? A 17? What does that mean?
17 hands high. That's how you measure a horse, all right, by hand. A
Yes.
normal horse
Huh.
is somewhere in, anywhere from I think 12 to 16. 17 to 19 is a big horse.
And what does
15.
that go from the foot to the top of their head or their shoulder?
It's shoulder, isn't it?
Shoulder. Yeah.
Ground up to their ears. Ground to their ears.
No.
So Bonnie, if would you be willing to move if you met somebody and had a great connection, or would you still be 6 months and 6 months, or would you be willing to just move altogether if you had a great connection with someone? Or is that too future to ask?
If he was that amazing,
Mm-hmm.
I'd be willing to move. Yes.
All right, you heard it here first, guys. Just saying.
Breaking news. Breaking news.
No, that's a big one, though. I mean, I'm
Yeah.
sorry. I don't think I could have done it. And I mean, it just for a million different reasons. I don't know. Everybody's different, Love
I
connection.
guess if you did, you'd want it maybe if you wanted it close to your area. If you had a choice, something similar. Of course, every state's different, but maybe you wouldn't want to go living in rural, maybe straight to city, or you want to have some type of similarities, maybe.
Right. If there was if there was the off slight chance I might have, it wouldn't be, it would be at least close by, still
Yeah.
kind of a Southern type deal. I wouldn't want to go culture shock it.
Wouldn't go straight from the LA and straight into Amish country or something. It'd be
Because also if that would be the one thing. If I was close enough that I could travel back, frequently, and it wouldn't be big or a couple hours, or under 6, a day's travel. Will you talk about 2-3 days traveling in a car just to visit? The closest one I can do it. It's too much. And I didn't answer so my good time was spending time with my daughter. It did not come about conventionally. It wasn't the best way to come about, but I did get a little bit of time with her, and that part was great.
I spent weeks traveling in a car with my daughter. Loved it. It's a mindset. And so, Cola, you and Watt are young. So I feel that I have taken care of people all of my life. And as I get older, how much time do I have left? And I know it sounds selfish, but it's like if I could have someone to spend the last years with in a meaningful way, heck yeah. Well, I just killed the internet. Okay.
no. I was just thinking about everything.
Yeah, because I don't know. I was told by my mom when she was still alive, she goes, "You'll never go to California," and that was one state I never went to. That and Canada and Mexico. And yesterday was the anniversary of her 6 years. And I just went and saw Dee. I just got up and did it, and
Yeah.
Love road trips. But I like to stop places. I don't like to go from point A to point B in a hurry. I like to see things, stop places, go do things.
That's why we spent 2 weeks in a car. We wanted to see every little town. We were just having fun. We would just look at a map. Where do we want to go tomorrow? And pick a town. And that's where we'd go. It was just fun. It was.
Well, since I'm broke as hell, why don't you all just come up here and go camping? I know a really good spot.
Carl, it looks a little sketchy where you're at.
That is one of the very few places I have traveled was Michigan, Wyandotte, because my daughter has family in Michigan. And I stayed. It took 6 hours in a car to get there, and I stayed awake the entire time. I didn't sleep, and I stared at the road like I could do it. I wasn't even driving, but it was. I don't consider that. I didn't consider it pleasant. However, the trip was great, and I did like Wyandotte. I don't know if it was just like a bunch of little shops that reminded me of different places here, but I don't know. I had a good time. I enjoyed it while I was there. I didn't want to go back right away. But the traveling part, the in the car part is for me, that's not my favorite.
So what does that mean? You have a state park, Craig? What do we get to stay in? Do we have to bring our own thing to stay in?
That's where I would do it. It's the perfect place. Like I said, I know a place
Yeah.
down here I've been going to since the 60s. All right. You could rent several rural camp locations right next to each other, and people could just meet up. You know, you're on
Yeah.
neutral ground that way.
Same here.
Saying, please meet up in Louisiana. I'm all for that. But do I get to ride the airboat? There
Make arrangements.
has to be an airboat involved. We will need a tent or camper. Okay.
There you go.
Rent one of those. No, I'm not sleeping in a tent. I'm not sleeping on the ground. I'd be camping like what I saw backwoods when he had.
You want a glamp? I just learned. I didn't know that was a thing.
Not camp, but I want a bed.
Something elevated.
Yes.
You know, that's kind of why I don't want to do it for 2 days. The next time I go camping, it's going to be for 2 weeks because I want to set my tents up. You know, I got cots and tables and a wood stove and go in the tent. You know, I want to set it up right and enjoy it, not spend one day setting it up and the next day tearing it down, you know.
I have an air mattress, Cindy, actually, and I have slept on it. Chuck, where are you?
I don't like air mattresses, and you know, because there's a couple things. They're pretty easy to mess up, for one. But also, people don't realize that you'll get cold as hell on an air mattress. When them big, thick, queen size air mattress or whatever, you got to put insulation between you and that air if it's cold. You know.
Yes.
Yeah, yeah.
Chuck, what state are you in? There's airboat rides not far from Chuck's house.
There you go.
Okay.
Yeah, Lou, I've got something called a thermarest. It's a military. Actually, it was made for the military. They make them for civilians now. It's called a thermarest, and it's got foam inside this little thin air mattress. It's 3/4 of an inch thick, and when you open the valve, it self-inflates as the foam expands within inside the air mattress. And that will keep you insulated off the ground because it's got foam inside. It's not just dead air, you know. So those are a lot better than just an air mattress.
Well, I'm fine with a cot and an eggshell. I mean, it doesn't have to be cushy, bushy. Just I would have an RV.
I like the circus tent idea.
Well, I took foam and I made 2 6'4" by 34" foam pads, covered them in Cordura nylon, and make them zip together where I can zip them together like a queen size bed or singles. They fit on the army cots, and they also fit like I've got them in the truck right now to where we can lay together on a flat surface as like a queen size bed. And the foam inside of a mattress like that is way more comfy, Bonnie. And you know, if you're going to use it, you can lay it down the bed of the truck or whatever you're using it in, and then just put stuff on top of it. You know, it's not like it's hard to pack it. Foam is nice at this age.
Yeah.
Big party tent with AC. I haven't seen that.
Got a guy
You
for
can
that.
get them. They've got inflatable tents. The military has big personnel tents with
like a trailer that pulls up beside of it, and pipes in these great big huge expanding pipes that can pump either the heat or air conditioning right into the tent. Insulated. They got surgical tents that are, sterile environments and stuff. The
Yeah.
military's got all kinds of military tents that you can actually get as a civilian. They're bad to the bone, but they're a lot of weight and a lot to set them up.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's a no.
Well, that's why I custom made my own tent. I've got a 17 by 17 foot pyramidal roof tent I made out of military fabric, and it's got Velcro on walls. I can put rain walls, screen walls, and a liner on the
Nice.
inside of it. It's wood stove compatible. I got little curtains. You pull a string, and the curtains go all the way 360 around the tent, so you could see all the way around you. And it's only like 85 pounds in fabric. I've got military issue telescoping aluminum lightweight poles for it because it's 10 foot tall in the center, and it expands. I can put the walls out and make lean-tos and add on to all four sides. And I made that tent over 25 years ago, and it's way more manageable than those big army tents, which I've had tons of those. But you're going to work for those. You put those out and take them down.
When I win the lottery, I'm gonna send you some blueprints and a check. You just make out the amount, and when they're ready, I'll come visit you.
Right.
Right on. My plan was to make tents. All right, there's been some
Yeah, you're
setbacks
good
in
at
life.
stuff like that, man. Where you make the stuff for the boats and stuff like that. Yeah, take some
I've
craftsmanship
got
to do
other
that type of stuff.
designs. I've got 5 tent designs I've got right now with me that are pretty good, and
I can see
one of
somebody
them's
like you going on Shark Tank. Like, hey, I got this industrial design that's going to change and revolutionize the camping game.
actually what I've got a notepad around here with 175 patent ideas, all the
Well, I
schematics. In
believe
most
it.
cases, I actually manufactured and sold most of these things. You can't afford patent lawyers and patent searches and stuff. That stuff's expensive. I can't afford it anyways.
Oh yeah,
It's
just to
not.
even get your toe wet, you got to spend a good grip.
Big circus tent would be great. See, that wouldn't bother me, Cindy. I raised 6 kids. I can handle all the all the the snoring, the farting, the whatever.
Oh,
One of the tents I made back in the 1980s, they didn't have these at the time. All right. And I wanted something that I could just put in my pocket that would keep the bugs and water off them. And all it is it's the base size of a mummy bag, a military issue mummy bag, with like a bathtub floor with no seams in it that goes up about 8 inches. From there, it's just mosquito netting all the way around it. So I can fit this in a cargo pocket on the side of my pants. I can use a bicycle or a tree or a bush to use as poles to prop it up. I can lay it right into a mud puddle and my stuff will stay dry. And I can roll it up with my sleeping bag or my poncho liner or whatever it is and use that as a waterproof cover itself. But I'm completely bug free. It'll zip like a clamshell around me and it keeps me bug free and dry. All you got to use is a military poncho for a rain fly. That's a 1-person one is the smallest tent I got. I did make one that's big enough to fit me and a gal in. And then I've got another tent that I made that's for weekends, and then I've got my big tent that it's like a base camp. You go with a bunch of options.
Being evacuated to a shelter. Okay, now you're scaring me, Craig. Not keeping us there.
Bug free, Craig. That's important. I can't stand mosquitoes.
I can sleep through anything. So, yeah, I'd probably be the one with the mustard or mayonnaise or magic marker all over my face in the morning or whatever.
All right,
No,
I'm out of this meetup.
no hands in the warm water, please.
Yeah, y'all know I would be the one that never got shot. I would be the last one. But then people could get me once everybody's awake but me. That would be the problem. I'd get everybody else until eventually I'd fall asleep. Y'all be awake. I'd be like, all right, good night.
Oh, goodness, Tuck. Yeah. Shoot, we wouldn't get no sleep. In retail, it would be a weekend of no sleep. Party time.
Well, that's the thing about that one-man little tent. It's all woodland camouflage. I used all military woodland materials, so I can take that and go in the bushes, and you ain't gonna find me. I'm gonna sleep.
I have a little Marlboro tent that I bought from Steel.
Those are green. Is it green? Is it the dome tent?
You know what? I haven't even taken it out yet. I'm like, I want to wait.
When I was a cook at the bar, that Marlboro thing was going on, and I literally collected trash bags full of Marlboro Miles. And I'll tell you, I had truckloads of that shit delivered. I mean, I had a dozen of those tents. I had the shoulder bags. I had the lighters, and the thing that I was after the most was the sunglasses, the Swiss Army sunglasses. They had Swiss Army knives. They had all kinds of stuff, and I sent thousands of miles to where they even sent me a thing, said, oh, we're out of the sunglasses, well, I had the radios, all that stuff, Bonnie, and
Yeah,
I just
you
got it
send
to
in the
give away.
UPCs. Yeah.
Yeah, I got it to give away. I did. I didn't need any of that stuff, but it was, hey, I can get it for free. I'll do it. I still have the binoculars. That's the only thing I still have from that.
I have, yeah, my stepdad had a lot of military things that I got. Love the binoculars. They are good.
They are, for little tiny binoculars. Those are very powerful. That's why I
Yep.
kept them.
Yeah.
And I agree with Jerry. Moderation works. I don't know what he was moderating, but
Everything.
I actually still have the sunglasses, and they're pretty ratty tatty because I used the hell out of them. They're Swiss Army sunglasses. Came with little leather patches that could clip onto the sides for snow and blizzards and stuff. And then instead of like having a hook around your ears, the center of the glasses were spring loaded, so they hugged your face. You could shake your head and not lose those shades. They were just kick ass. They came in black or red, and I always got the black pair. But this is the thing. Like I said, they were free through those miles, but it took a lot of miles to get them.
Yeah.
And now, if you find a pair of those on eBay, they'll sell for $500 a pair, man. Those are unobtainable for me. I still have a couple of pairs of them that I could probably fix and get to work, but they're well used, you know.
Yeah.
okay, next question. What's your favorite way to unwind after a long day?
Wine. I'm just kidding.
Hey, it works.
Yeah, I really wasn't kidding. I just felt bad about it. I said it out loud.
Give me an hour of silence of doing whatever I want to do in a joint and a cup of coffee, and I will decompress. Give me 1 hour.
Big joint in a movie. Margarita. Go for a walk. Cool.
There you go.
Depends on the season. Yeah.
Kick back on the front porch and look up at the sky.
Yeah.
goodness. Jerry, how come I can never remember what state you're in?
He's in Illinois.
That's right. I kept thinking, is it Illinois? Illinois? No, I don't know.
I heard you, Bonnie, like, oh my God, that was that Yorker, right? We're just gonna have to, though, no wrong answers, right? Even Yorkers.
Yeah.
I'd like to go swimming. Walk with my
Hey, Teresa. I like doing that too.
You're just sitting there by a fire, just chillaxing, just relax, digressing.
Oh, nice sex. I've heard that, Jerry.
Yeah.
Motorcycle ride is nice too. Yes, it is.
Hey, Teresa. No, work can be pretty loud. I hear noise all day at work, so I like silence after that. At least
Yeah.
for now.
Yep, quiet. Quiet.
I think that's the definition of relaxing is just peace and quiet. I mean, but then there's sometimes when I want music playing, like something.
Music is the best. I'm sorry, but I love some music. I will end up be singing and dancing around the house in the best mood from the saddest mood. If it's the right good vibe music, my freaking Linda Ronstadt radio on Pandora does it every time. Puts me in the best mood. I think it's that old music before the new stuff,
Yep.
Yeah.
It's a full moon tonight, isn't it, Pat? Is it full?
Oh shit.
Is it tonight or tomorrow night?
I think it's tomorrow night, but I don't know. You walk out
Jerry.
here and see what's happening.
Jerry, you need to come to Texas. Yeah, my son was telling me where to get a shoulder holster today.
I had those dirty, hairy ones, but I had to get rid of it because of my shoulder. So I got to go with the hipster.
Well, I have
the shoulder boulder holsters.
Yeah, it was one of them dirty, hairy ones where it was sprung, spring. It held onto it by a spring, and you just pop it down out from underneath your left armpit, straight down, and I had to get rid of it. Yeah. Well, someone in Louisiana won all except for the Powerball number.
It was Craig. That's why he's telling us all to come there.
It's his family. It doesn't look like Craig, though.
It was Craig, she said.
Craig, are you the winner? Not really one person won the whole thing?
No, it just says family won in Louisiana, but they didn't match the Powerball number. So I don't know. Yeah. Oh my gosh. Oh, they're doing nothing on the. Yeah.
The next question was is it
Still, I feel that, Craig.
Like the next one better. Still poor.
Monetarily, anyway. Rich in many ways. Monetarily, not so much.
Don't feel alone, Craig.
Yeah, that's another thing. Like Jerry's bringing up. Just because you win doesn't mean they're going to pass it up. I've seen that too, where they just don't want to give it to them.
Yes, and also how much the government gets of that. You wouldn't believe.
And it depends on how you choose to receive it in one lump sum or a payout. If you get the lump sum, you get less than the payout, but you got to wait. Who's to say something happens in between now and then? Right.
But with the way economy is going, I would definitely go for the cash payout.
when they did it, when they had it earlier this week, it was, I think when it first hit 1 billion, I looked it up and it was show, because each state's different the way the payout would be, because just as far as taxes or whatever that meant, the standard of living or whatever. But I think it said here in Georgia, if you took the lump sum, you would get like 400 and something thousand. But if you took the payments, you would get, it equaled out to like 800 and something million, and you get like 27. It came out to like 27 or $30 million a year for the next 30 years.
Oh, wow.
Yeah. I mean, it would depend from person to person. Somebody, it may benefit them better just to take the whole shabam, or some may just say, hey,
Mhm.
Yeah.
I say, give me 50 million up front and just give me the rest every year.
Right. That's true, Tuck.
Yeah. I mean, how much longer are you going to live? You better get it while you can.
That's right.
Yeah.
Right. Enjoy it while you can. Leave the rest to your kids.
Hell, you go to cash a $500 million check,
Right.
Ooh, don't step on
You ain't
that.
getting out in all singles.
Mm-mm. Okay, here's a question for y'all.
All right.
What was your dream job when you were a kid?
The dream job when you were a kid?
Yep. Dream job.
Honestly, child psychology or like a foster parent, which like says a lot, I'm sure, but that's what I really did want to do when I was a kid.
You mean we dreamed of, or we actually did?
Dreamed.
Oh, dreamed
I
of.
just wanted to be Grizzly Adams.
There you go.
Good. And yeah, because some kids wanted to be a fireman, or policeman, or,
Astronauts.
right?
I don't remember any. I remember, I don't know. I remember thinking about a vet and a nurse, like a dog nurse or a real nurse, but they were fleeting. As soon as I got a little bit older, I thought lawyers would seem like a fun job, but then I really kind of wanted to like something with kids, like from pretty early on.
Yeah.
And I didn't do it, but that's what I would have liked to have done.
Yeah. When I was in high school, I wanted to be in the Air Force. Weird, huh?
I know one thing about myself is I don't want to be anybody else, and I know I'm glad I am what I am.
There
Pretty
you go.
satisfied with that.
That's what I wanted to do. And I'm petrified of flying. I don't know. Maybe if I would have done it right out of high school, I wouldn't be so afraid of flying. I don't know.
Oh, gosh.
What?
There's a cow. You can hear it out the window. Rah, rah. You
You
guys,
have a cow?
yeah, there's cows outside the window here.
How cool is that?
Could
I
be
want
getting
to.
abducted.
I don't know if you can
Aliens.
hear it. Oh, here, hang on. I'll go by.
Yeah, see if there's the mothership out there.
Here, listen.
Sherry, what was your dream job when you were a kid?
Who, me?
To think about the future. No, Sherry was asking. She didn't hear the question.
Okay.
Batman.
Yeah, I think everyone wanted to be Batman, though. I mean,
None. Cowboy. Whatever, Yorga. I can't even picture it. Maybe. I don't know.
I got to trial run a couple of pretty much what I wanted to do, but I always wanted to be a race car driver. I was already a firefighter, EMT teacher, things that I really wanted to do. Electrician, electricity was number one, but I never got to do race car driving. That was a big one.
Good night, Tuck. I did street racing. Well, one time on a track, just playing around. Kind of like the derby thing, too.
Uh-huh.
Crashing into them.
Well, we went to car rallies all the time. Every weekend we'd go camping and go to car races. And my mom did ice racing in our Camaro. We had so.
Yeah.
I'm surprised you.
Jeremiah Johnson, Craig.
Yeah.
It was a good one.
Yeah.
I didn't hear Watt say a dream job.
Dream job. I always wanted to be a time traveler. Thought that would have been a pretty cool gig. Or maybe a theoretical theorist. One of those two.
Yeah.
Just sit around and theoretically theorize things.
Or be a genie in a bottle and grant wishes.
That would suck, though. You just grant other people's wishes and never could get a wish of your own, Well, I don't know. I don't know the loophole in genealogy. I don't know how that would go.
I don't either.
Well, if you meet Aladdin, then he grants you free, and then you have all them powers, and you get unlimited use of them. You just got to find an Aladdin.
There you go.
Never met one. Hopefully, their first wish would be like, "Hey, I want my name to be Aladdin," but boom, they found the loophole. Yeah, I'm claustrophobic. I'm too big. I don't think I like it in the genie bottle, the genie lamp.
Right.
Be my luck, the bottle end up in Alabama. Nobody'd ever find me there. It's Nick Saban when you need him.
I saw Alabama was doing pretty good tonight.
Yeah. Yeah, it was a pretty cool, interesting day in college football.
I wouldn't trust none of that stuff, Watt. It'd be like a trick, man, like the devil tricking you. You say, make me irresistible to women, and then all of a sudden you're a chocolate bar. All right? You just...
Yeah, you got to be careful what you wish for.
Oh, my
Or
God.
sitting a rack of lamb.
That reminds me of that movie Bedazzled that had Brendan Fraser in it.
Brendan Fraser in it, yeah. And the woman was the devil.
Yeah, she was like a really beautiful, like super famous. She was like a model or something. Elizabeth Hurley. And yeah, she kept
I think about Burgess Meredith. I remember this guy that played the Penguin on Batman in the 60s. He was in, I think it was The Outer Limits or The Twilight Zone. And all he wanted to do was read books. That's all he wanted in life. And, and nobody would let him fucking read a book. And then the world ended, and he was the only survivor. And he finds this big, giant library just full of books. And then he, trips and falls, and his glasses break. And he's boom.
Yeah. Yep.
They get smoked. Do you see that? 73 to nothing.
73, what?
I don't think we promote fake news here, Garrett.
Texas won today. Georgia won today.
Yeah.
Go Dogs.
The South is on a roll.
Yeah. Bulldogs, they'll have their first real test next week when we play Tennessee. The first two games, they were just kind of, tune-up games in a way.
Yep.
Yeah. Gators lost.
Oh.
I just might eat all my Smarties.
Be careful.
Okay. Next question. What kind of music do you like? I guess they mean the genre.
Almost all of it, I'd say.
Yeah, I like a lot of different genres.
Me too.
Ditto.
Depending on the mood or the setting or, whatever it may be, what you're feeling like at that time.
Mm-hmm.
I
Right.
almost always feel like listening to Ted Nugent.
There you go. That's legal.
Oh, rock and roll, some country. Yep. But yeah, I like it all. I like the blues. I like all.
Yeah.
Polka. Christian.
Yeah.
All
Yes,
the above.
polka.
Yeah.
I have a song that resets me. If I'm stressed out, need to reset my brain, I go and listen to the original Amboy Dukes, and it's called Hibernation. And there's something about the tone of that song that just relaxes the hell out of me.
Huh.
See that what?
What happened? Man rubbed a bottle on the beach. Genie popped out and said, "You get 3 wishes, but wife get double." Man said, "I want 1 million. I want a Rolls Royce, and I want to beat me half to death." Oh, that's funny. The wife gets half no matter what. I get no respect. I tell you, no respect.
Yeah, rap is a little hard to. Some of the hip hop too. Kind of. Yeah. Yeah.
I think
Okay,
I just
Deep.
like my little bit of R&B and rap and hip hop, and then once I got old, then it wasn't any good anymore because it's like I just like my little time frame, right? Like
Right.
like Nelly was a big deal, and just like some of the R&B I definitely like, but yeah, I
Yeah.
hear new songs and I'm like, it doesn't. I guess because I'm not young anymore. I guess I don't know.
Oh my goodness, Cindy.
Rapture beats disco.
Are you going on record with saying that?
Mm-hmm. I am a
Finally
card
here.
member. I am part of something called Dread. It's the Detroit rockers engaged in the abolishment of disco music. I've been into that since the 70s, all right? And there are certain things I have to follow still. I will not listen to disco music. And I find, over my years that I think they named it disco because if you throw an album up and skeet shooting, the disc go.
Yeah, they do.
Now that song stuck in my head because you said disco. Won't you take me to a funky town? It's in there, man. It's all your fault, Carl. I didn't even like that
I
song,
can
but I
think
guess my brain heard disco, and that was the closest thing. Or there was a couple.
I
All right,
remember the
Was it
first rap
disco?
song.
it wasn't. I don't know.
I can
I like
remember,
that
like in
song.
1979, hearing this song. It was like, "Don't push me, 'cause I'm close to the
To the
edge. I'm
edge.
trying not
Trying
to
not
lose
to
my
lose
head.
my head.
Sometimes it makes
Like
me
it,
wonder how I keep from going under."
I can tell it sometimes. It makes me wonder how I keep from going under.
When I think of
Oh
disco,
man, why? How the heck do
so
you know who Grandmaster Flash is? You're not old enough to know that.
Time traveler, Carl. I know these things. I know some of the songs you mentioned, not all of them, sometimes I may know the song and not even know the artist or anything, and somebody just says it or plays it, and it'll just, You'll remember the words. You'll be like, how is this even in my memory bank?
Yeah, that's something Yorga always says. You will remember all the words to a song, but never remember, good jokes. Good point.
Right.
I don't know why, but it's true.
It is true. Okay.
Just because a lot of times, I guess a good song or a good something like that, it takes you to a certain memory or a certain time. So I mean, it relates to more things, I guess, in a way. I don't know.
That's true.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
Well, in the repetition, when you hear it over and over and over, you hear
Oh
a joke
yeah.
once, so. We solved the mystery.
I think I believe he's time traveling now.
I do believe it.
I'll take y'all with me one day. You'll believe me.
I wouldn't do it, man. I barely made it here. I wouldn't fuck with time. I'm staying right where I'm
I
at.
think you can handle it.
If you think about, if you think it's ever possible, then you have to think that maybe people are coming here now. That's my thing, is I can't rule it out. Even if it's not possible now, if it's possible in the future, shit, what might be a time traveler?
So, didn't you hear that John Trump, who is Donald Trump's uncle, was in charge of all the trunks when Tesla died? That they went in and the government confiscated all these trunks, but 10 of them came up missing, supposedly held.
Maybe that's why he only got
time.
nicked in the ear. Maybe he told himself, hey, make sure you look at that. He saw several different outcomes and he knew where to look. Because that is some weird shit, Carl. I know exactly what you're talking about. Time. But a lot of people say that that's a hoax and that they changed the names or whatever. The book didn't even show up to a certain time. I don't know. But if that book is real, it is mine. It's crazy. I know exactly what you're talking about. Yeah. The whole thing.
The Adventures of Baron Trump.
Yep. Yep. It's crazy, but I have heard people say that they think they did it after the fact. But that doesn't cover the whole who his uncle was and the 369 stuff from Tesla, and that they took his. I don't know. It's a huge conspiracy. But there's different layers to it.
The Philadelphia experiment. You love that one?
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Definitely.
Billy said maybe he read the book and that's why he named him Baron Trump.
Could be.
Slowly.
Okay. Want to put me some coffee water on?
Yeah.
Yep. Keep me some water.
Okay, next one. Do you prefer the outdoors or the indoors? That's an easy. Well, I don't know. It should be easy.
More times than not outdoors.
Same.
If it's nice weather, I like to be out and about.
I can't stand being in a house anymore. Not for long.
That's right. Outdoors. Oh. Yep. Hug a tree.
There you go.
Excuse me.
Donnie, what was the question? I'm sorry.
Depends how hot and how cold. Understand that, but I still like to be outdoors or indoors.
Oh, outdoors.
Looks like everybody's in agreement there.
What's this indoor putt-putt? Be down for that. I think South Carolina is the mini golf capital of the United States. I think I seen one time that it has more mini golf places than any other state. It's kind of weird, but
Man,
Definitely hip to that, Jasper.
we have one. It's about 25 miles away. It is the closest one that either direction.
I don't like air conditioning. I don't like fluorescent lighting and stuff. I prefer to be outside. I really do. I mean, of course, I like to be warm and comfortable, but I can't take too much of indoors or even car. You know, air conditioning in cars. I can't stand that. Roll the damn windows down. I don't care if it's hot. I need real air. You know, they're just
yeah. I kind of like the area I'm in. I can go a little north up the road a little bit, and I can be like in Helen, Georgia, in the mountains, or I can go down the road south a little bit, and I can be at the beach in Savannah. You know,
That's cool.
you still got the swamp and the river and everything in between around.
I agree, Pat. Oh my gosh, that'd be nice.
Yes. Similar,
Yeah, it's nice out here tonight.
I think it's Southern California that it's like that, isn't it?
What's
70s.
that? Oh, I'm sure. Yeah, there's a part of it. Yeah, probably stays a neutral temperature all year round.
60 to 70 is perfect. You know, where I'm at right now is not really that fresh air. And the reason I know that is, like I said, when I lived up north all those years, anytime I drive south into Michigan, go headed towards Detroit, right around Bay City, right where the thumb and the forefinger meet on the map in the mid, right around that area in Bay City is where the industrialization begins, where all those factories, car factories, all that stuff starts, and the populace just exponentially grows as you go south. And there is a smell. All right, you come out of them nice, clean woods, fresh air, and drive down towards the city like that. There's this strange little putrid smell, and I don't know if it's people or industry or a mix of all of that and more, but you can definitely smell it. But after you stay in the city long enough, you no longer smell it at all. You don't.
Yeah, then become acclimated to it.
Yep.
Yeah.
So, it's funny you said that because that's one of the things when I went, it was a good smell though. I was in Wyandotte and it was like almost like the Detroit beach wasn't far, and maybe it was like the water smell, like the smell of like, I don't know. It was just smell that I wasn't used to, and I liked it. It was just like the smell of the area. It wasn't a bad smell. It was just like fresh air with like mixed with maybe some water. I can't describe it, but it wasn't bad. And that was in Wyandotte, Michigan. I remember saying that, like, God, it smells. I like the smell up here. It's a pretty smell.
Huh.
I said that. People are like, you're fucking. They thought it was weird. I don't know what it was, but it just was different,
It'd be nice here if people would just stop spraying the chemicals to kill the mosquitoes. But 2 blocks down, you got a farm, and that's nice too. I mean, you get used to it, and it's nice. But I just hate the chemicals they spray here. Other than that, yeah, I would say outside all the way.
Yeah.
Pontoon boat. Yeah, my kids went to an island on a pontoon boat while they were on the trip last week.
We're kind of those all the time. I just saw a video of a pontoon boat that was converted into a very nice hovercraft. It was fan boat operated. It had the propellers in the back like you
Nice.
want to ride.
but it had a full fabric hovercraft bottom underneath the pontoons, and the thing hauled ass and goes over ground or water. It's a pretty cool video.
Wow.
If I do have a vacation anytime soon, I sure hope it involves a pontoon. I never had a bad memory on a pontoon. They're always good memories, fun, lots and lots of fun.
Yeah.
So, if I do any kind of traveling, it's going to involve a pontoon boat, or I'm not signing up.
I want a pontoon airboat. I didn't even know they existed. Now I got to get one.
I didn't know until a couple days ago either. Wow, they're pretty neat.
Hell yeah. I like going down to the river sometime and looking at the different houseboats and the different boats they got docked down there. That's pretty interesting.
Yeah, chessboard. That happens. It's what you get used to. Climatize.
Yeah.
It's kind of hard to get climatized around here, isn't it, honey? It's Michigan. I know a lot of states say, "Oh, you don't like the weather? Wait 5 minutes." No, Michigan really can be like that. It's all over the board. It got close to freezing already here in the middle of the night. So I mean, we're supposed to have 100-degree days coming next week. So you just don't know what you're going to get.
Nice.
Wow. Yeah, we've been up close to 100 until today, and it's what I can't remember. I think it's low 80s that we were today, but it was raining all day too. Got all my buckets full.
Yeah, I know that smell, Blue. That's a good smell too. My favorite smell like that is the northern Michigan, up in the pine trees in the middle of a hot summer. You get this smell that comes off of the pine forest. It's just unique, Thinking it,
Oh
there's a lot
yeah.
of sand up there, but that's like my favorite aroma that came from nature, I guess.
Says it's currently 74 here. Ain't too
Up
bad.
there,
No, it's
74
not.
here.
Let
Let me see what.
44 where I live.
44.
Yeah.
Man, already?
Yep.
Gracious.
I don't
So-
appreciate that.
I'm in the corner, and then it'll be going towards Camo next couple days. The high today was like 62.
Ooh, it's 70. Our low is 69.
I hear that train coming. It's rolling down the track.
Oh no.
Yeah, that's weird. You ain't had no trains come through tonight.
Couple. I'm in
Oh,
the
here it
truck.
comes. There he is, that midnight train to Georgia. He's running late.
Got all that insulation in here now, and I'm parked in the building, so it's a little muffled now.
Nice.
Wonder what the point of that is. Well, some of these are Virginia questions.
I can't believe my battery is held out. I got it plugged into a battery bank. I'm still at like 80%. I'm impressed. Normally,
Getting close to the full moon.
Sucks the juice right out of your device.
The moon's keeping you neutral.
Maybe that's why I feel good. The moon is right.
I hadn't seen it yet. It's in a different position than it normally is. It came from behind the trees yet.
That's the way it was with me last night. I'm looking where I usually see it, and I'm like, why don't I see the moon? Then I turn around to come in. There it is. Okay. What's the most bizarre dream you've ever had?
Bizarre dream.
Drink
Mm-hmm.
or drink.
Bizarre, Carl.
Did you say drink or dream?
Dream.
I've had quite a few bizarre dreams.
I don't know. If you say it like that, man, I'm going to say I've only had one nightmare in my life. And I've told this story.
Uh-oh.
That's what they said. Uh-oh.
Well, it changed
What
me.
happened?
I
Can't
was
leave us
15
hanging.
years old. Listen, man, I was 15. I just got out of all that juvie. The judge let me go. Right? I had a nightmare. I was not raised religiously. I'd never went to church. I didn't read the Bible to this point. Any of that. I mean, I knew a little bit, but in this, I call it a nightmare because it's the only time I've ever been woke up drenched in sweat. All right. And remembered it like my heart was pounding the whole 9 yards. And in this nightmare, dream, or what do you want to call it, I'm standing in a field with hundreds of people. All right. And it's just like we're watching for the fireworks. You hear the crowd when something oohs and the ahs of a crowd. I heard the crowd go, oh, like all the time. And I look to the skies and I see all the stars. And then I saw what I thought was them moving. All right. And it's like you try to adjust your eyes to it. And it happened so fast that from the moment my mind clicked that the stars were moving, that they descended on Earth. And those stars, clearly, to me, they were pissed off angels with double bladed swords and steel eyes. Right. And they came down on that crowd. And in that very moment, I fell to my knees and remembered every fucking wrong thing I'd ever done in my life. Every sour thing, it all hit me at once. And that's where I woke up.
The Bible
And
has a third of the stars fall out of the sky. Like, I wonder if that's like a vision more than a dream, or if it was in your subconscious from the Bible, because that does say there's a part where it says a third of the stars fall out of the heavens or the skies.
Well, after that, Cole, I've read the Bible many times. I've read several versions of the Bible. It changed me. That's all I can say. That moment really did change me.
I can imagine, yeah.
I can remember right now.
Yeah, visualized it as you were speaking it, so I could imagine you dreaming it.
I always wonder about that, the end of it all, and like knowing the things you did wrong, because I feel like I'm doing that now. Like, like I don't know, I've gotten to this, like I'll start remembering things. I'll be like, man, when I did this thing when I was 22 years old or whatever, God, why did I say that? Why did I do this thing? And I'm like, where I didn't before, you start to mature and kind of like, what's the word, self introspection or something, like, why was I this way? Or why did I do this when someone said that? Because you change, over time. And it's like, I feel like I feel like I've already kind of went through a lot of guilt for bad things I did when I was younger. And I'm like, am I gonna have to do it again? Like the same ones again? And probably we will. But yeah, I don't know. That's an interesting dream, Carl, for sure.
The other dreams, which are just normal dreams, I've noticed I'm in complete control. All right. I mean, if I don't like the dream, I call it changing the channel. All right, because in my dream, I'm conscious so that I'm in control of what's going on. So I never die in my dreams. Nothing bad ever happens in my dreams. Only I get chased a lot in my dreams by cops and shit, because that shit from my childhood comes back. But nothing like that one I just told you.
So when you get chased in your dreams, is there something wrong that you can't like? You
No,
can't
I always get away. No, I always get away.
when because there was one that I kept having, and it was like this zombie was after me when I was a kid, and I would be just trying to run as hard as I could, and it's like I don't know, it wasn't happening. It was like do 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 do. And I'm glad y'all can't see me doing my fingers.
That just reminded me of the old theme song of the Wild West. Do 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 do.
Mm-hmm.
The cops dream about chasing Carl.
I bet you some of them did, Craig. There was a couple of them headed out for me. Bad. They wanted to kick my ass.
Understandably.
Well, you on their side? What the fuck?
No. Just you tell your stories, and it's like, mm-hmm.
Well, you know, they do. I do have those dreams. I've told Pamela about them. You know, I didn't even think that I talked in my sleep at all, but I was woke once and said, "What were you just saying? You were just cussing. You know, what are you talking about? You were whispering. Get the fuck out of my apartment." I didn't even know I was dreaming shit like that. You know, whispering in my sleep.
I've talked in my sleep before.
It's a weird thing, man. I didn't even believe in sleepwalk. I didn't think that shit was real. How could somebody sleepwalk? I'm totally fucking on top of my whole faculties here. I'm in control, right? Until my oldest sister, stayed the night at the house once. And I hear something in the middle of the night. I go upstairs and I find her in the corner of a dark hallway smoking an invisible cigarette. Right? And I'm like, what the fuck? You know, this just totally blew my mind. And I didn't know you weren't supposed to wake them or anything, but I'm like, what the hell are you doing? And she snapped out and went right to bed, like I wasn't even there. All right. That shit right there is wild.
Yeah, I know what you mean.
Sleep paralysis. What's that?
That's where they say in your waking moment that you're completely coherent, but your body won't move. Some people say that they can feel hands on them, holding them down. Some people say that they can see dark figures. This goes all the way back into ancient Chinese history and stuff, to where they say there were shadow people that might hold you down in your sleep.
Yeah.
Where you can't move. And there's a lot of different theories on what it really is, but take your pick.
Heck no. Never had that. Don't want it.
No.
In chessboard, yes, many times. And it's like you hit the bed. I don't know how that happens, but yep, done that.
Never had the sleep paralysis, but I have sleptwalked a few times. I will admit that.
Well, she never even told nobody that she had that problem, but after I saw that, I found out she used to tie a string to her leg, to the bed. She couldn't walk off and do shit and hurt herself. She'd hurt herself falling down staircases and shit.
That's what I'd be worried about, them walking out the door and in front of a car or something.
That's what I do. I use a jump rope.
There you go. That's how you solve that sleep paralyzing. In Jesus' name, demons are not welcome here. Be gone. You know, get rid of that shit.
I'm gonna throw this out there. In '79, that happened to me. In my first house with my first husband, I took him to work. He was working first shift, and I worked third shift. And I went to go back to bed. I went to bed, and I thought I heard something coming down the hallway. And you know how the floor creaks and stuff. And I was laying there. I was so frozen I couldn't move. And this thing jumped over the bed on next to me and like laid next to me. I could not open my eyes. I could not look at it. I was frozen. And then I just started saying, Our Father, and then it left. But I know exactly what he's talking about. It happened just one time. It was,
I seen something like that too. Back in 2008 when digital cable came out, I seen this thing of electric light. It was a demonic entity come from the back of my ex-husband's head. It was hissing at me, and I thought I was hallucinating. I'm like, this can't be real. This can't be real. And my mouth was glued shut, but I looked it dead in the face and I said, I don't fear you. Jesus is my savior. And it understood mental telepathy and it vanished, but it was the scariest thing I've ever seen.
Yes. Yeah, I heard it come down the hall and I closed my eyes and it jumped over me, laid next to me. And you could feel it get in the bed. And it was just, it did not touch me or nothing. And then I just started saying Our Father. I was just froze and then it was gone. I did not go to sleep.
They seem to understand mental telepathy.
Yeah.
Because I couldn't speak. I could not speak. I was looking. I closed my eyes. I was like, this can't be real. I opened them again. And it was there. On the third time I did that, I had this thing down in my soul that said, well, what are you going to do? And like God had been prepping me the whole time to say, Jesus is my savior. I don't fear you. Yeah. But it was a telepathy. This thing was, you know, I mean, I know that I wasn't like I wasn't on drugs or anything. Like it was so freaky.
Yep.
I mean, like no weed, no nothing. Like this thing was crazy.
Yeah, like you said, mental telepathy. You were in your head, you were yelling at it, God help me, get it out of here, Our Father, and it was gone. Then it was gone. Oh my God.
People say aliens and demons are the same thing, and I know they always say aliens do telepathy, and that kind of like makes me, you know, think about that. Like maybe what we think are aliens are actually demons, or vice versa, or something. You know.
That's pretty creepy when that's happened, though. I don't want to give it any power because it's pretty frightening. But
that's what I say, Cole. First UFO I see land, I'm going to walk up saying, in Jesus' name, demons, you are not welcome here. If it's still there, then I'm going to see if lead works. Right? After that, man, then I might think about running.
You're not going to see if they come in peace. That's what they always say. We come in peace. What if they
I'll give them
take us to your leader?
Yeah, I hope, you know. I'll give them an opportunity to show they're peaceful, but
the second thing, take us to your leader. Thank God they didn't come here when Biden was here. Maybe they'll come now and they'll be like, Trump will be like, it's really, really the most alienist of the alien. The ship was magnificent. It's better than any other alien ship.
Well, you learn about Enoch and Ezekiel and all that, and well, a lot of what they talk about fits the UFO phenomenon, and that I have seen. I have seen UFOs. All right, and
well, it definitely fits where the giants come from. They talk about it. That's what the offspring were giant. Like, wow, like, there's our answer for the giant bones they found stuff right out of the Bible.
Well, I shook a giant's hand. That's what I told people when we talk about this. I shook Andre the Giant's hand. I know fucking giants exist. There's something called giantitis that's in our DNA that people show these attributes, some of them, and it's not healthy for them. They actually
die at a young age and stuff because of it. But there's giants in the Bible. There's literally giants among us, or can be. It's not hard for me to believe there were giants. Where's Virginia Roots? We've talked about this years ago, but like Patagonia, Chile, Argentina, the southern tip of South America, that used to all be called Patagonia, which meant land of giants. And scientists and stuff tried to like brush that off. I know it was a giant sloth that the ship seen from the shore. No, I don't know. I kind of do believe in giants. Plus, you hear about things like the Smithsonian digging up all these burial mounds all over the Americas and hiding stuff away. And these are 100-year-old stories from the 1800s, even, where like in St. Louis, Missouri, there were big giant mounds right on the Mississippi River. And white man came in there and just flattened it out. And anything that they reported, the Smithsonian took custody of it and it was lost. That's like every fucking time they take the shit, then they lose it. It's a bit ridiculous.
Goodness, Cindy. Did y'all see what else she was saying?
Yeah.
Al Bundy
Yeah, I
chased her.
did see that. Yeah, that was something else.
That was a weird band, Craig. They might be giants.
It still exists.
I just saw maybe about a year or two ago, they were showing the top of a mountain and they were showing the structure. The structure was something with military, I think, or something. The structure. And then there was this gigantic man-looking thing walking towards the structure up on that mountain. Did y'all ever see that video?
I did see that. They went back and tried to catch it again. They think it actually came out of the top of the mountain.
Yeah. So I'm not the only one.
Well, when it comes to anything modern, video, photo evidence, it's hard to really believe something like that, knowing what they can do with video and photographs. And so, but again, the things, you got to see some of the stuff for yourself before I even would expect anybody to give it any thought. It's like the things I've seen in the sky. I don't know. I don't believe that there's little green men in the thing, but I've seen a light cross the sky, zigzag, stop dead still in the air, and then take off faster than my eye can follow. All right, without making a sound. And I've seen it years. I saw it in the 70s, and I saw the exact same thing in the 90s, telling somebody about it, the same thing all over again. So, when I see something like that would turn a man to jelly, the G forces involved, man can handle like 8, 9 Gs before he passes out. We're talking hundreds of Gs. It would turn a man to jelly. I've seen the fastest military aircraft there are tracking across the sky, and they look slow as fuck compared to what I saw. It's almost like fast as lightning, but it's not lightning. And I've seen other things like certain shuttle missions. They show a perspective from space looking back at the atmosphere, and there's videos of just what I'm talking about. They change direction. They're extremely fast. They have what seems like some type of intelligence to them. And like I said, I started YouTube, caught my interest because I was looking for that kind of thing. And I have seen on YouTube the 2013 Dome of the Rock UFO sighting, where it was videotaped from 4 different angles by 4 different people. When that thing takes off, and actually the close-up, I saw a close-up of that where it looked like a giant transparent angel floating over the most religious spot on this earth. And then it flashed and took off into the heavens so fast, it's hard to follow it with your eyes. All right. Those kinds of things intrigued me.
Because once you've seen the stuff for yourself, you're going to want to know what the heck you just saw.
Well, somewhere I have the video saved too. I saw a video of what our military has. Like the plane that had the troops and it disappeared into the clouds. It looked like we have that. We have cloaking. We have the what you just described. So
Well, and we do have stuff like that, and I explain it kind of like this to people. There was a ship that they modified after World War II. What they did is they took thousands of light bulbs and mounted it on the exterior of the ship and had like a giant dimmer switch that they could adjust the lighting that was on the ship to the ambient light surrounding it. So they could literally make the ship on the horizon vanish. It was super effective, all right? It literally could make a ship on the horizon vanish. The trouble was, they didn't have the power sources small enough to operate something like that in the 1940s. So imagine where we are now, and imagine taking something like an LED flexible screen, a liquid crystal display screen that is flexible, and you could cover an aircraft with that and match the ambient light that surrounds it. You could really make that object hard to see. And in fact, you can see this demonstrated on just normal aircraft. If the light hits the aluminum fuselage of an airplane just right, you'll see a really bright reflection. But other times it hits it just right to where it mimics the sky around it and can cause a plane to vanish right before your eyes.
It's like, I know you remember, like during World War II, they used the dazzle camouflage on some of the ships and stuff. You remember that?
Absolutely, razzle dazzle. You know, that was another effective thing. Best use for that was they couldn't tell how many ships were in a cluster. You know,
How
because it
many and
rotated.
the distance and stuff. It made it harder to get a good judgment on.
Kind of the same way that a zebra's camouflage works against a lion. When
Yeah,
there's so many zebra running together, the lion
yeah,
can't distinguish one from the herd.
yeah, yeah. That same theory.
hmm,
Did you know there's entire documentaries on camouflage alone?
Oh yeah, I'm sure. The evolution of camouflage.
I might know a few things about it.
y'all excuse me just a second. Be right back. And what happened to the girls? Did they fall asleep?
No.
I'm here. I'm kind of cooking and doing dishes. You know, I do shit in the middle of the night, but I'm here. Making steaks, Bonnie. I should reminds me of you if I ever think about. I don't make them as much as you, but every once in a while.
You know that camouflage is not just a fashion statement, it's a lifestyle choice.
I'm not really sure, believe it or
Yeah,
not. Word.
camo life.
I still can't get over that conspiracy documentary from Chessboard. That was nuts, man. I don't even, you can't talk about it really. It's like Fight Club. You got to watch it first. It's like, I can't say anything because you got, the ending, all of it. You don't really know until the very end. It was really good though. I could hardly stop watching it. Called Conspiracy. Came from Chessboard. It's really good. Like I said, there's not much you could say other than these people are following this. They meet this guy that's like going down all these conspiracies, and one day he's just gone. They never solve that part either, but they follow what his research was, and it's super freaking interesting to the very bitter end. I don't even think it was a full hour and a half, but right about that. It's on like 2 live streams ago in the comments. It's there somewhere because of chessboard. Everyone needs to see. Okay, out of the shadows. That sounds familiar. I'm gonna get my phone and click it there so I have it.
Boy, these streams go all over the place, don't they, Bonnie?
I think she had to step away for just a moment.
I don't know. She's known for taking naps.
Hmm.
I never heard that one, Craig. I still want to go camp out in a star fort, like all the star forts. I want to camp out in all of them.
I don't really know how to save stuff like this. This link that Out of Shadow documentary, it's not like on its Internet Archive. I'm not good with stuff like that. And I think it's 420 that always sends me the ad skipper for YouTube and then gets mad when I still have ads because I can't click it while I'm live, and that's whenever, and sometimes I don't even see it. But apparently there's a way to do that. I don't know how to do it. That you can make YouTube not give you ads, but also not pay for it. There's a lot I don't know about how to work stuff like this here. I hope I don't lose it. Because it's not on, I can't like save it on.
Like I'm neglecting everybody, man. I'm with life going the way it is, and I've got generator power. I've had issues, right? That makes it difficult to use my social media. So I feel like I'm like, because I get emails from everybody and texts, and I try to keep up with it, but I feel like I'm slacking. I always feel like I'm slacking. You just can't answer everything all the time. At least I can't.
Well, I figured out how to do it. I sent it in a message to somebody that probably, just so it'll be that way I don't lose it. Then I can always go back and find it that way because I do want to watch it. Out of the Shadow. Some people already know. I may have seen it because that name does sound so familiar, but I'm not positive.
Whatever happened to that one, Sudden Death? You guys remember that one?
Died suddenly.
Hashtag died suddenly.
Yeah, that's it. Died suddenly.
Well, now if you pay, like, man, I don't know if they're getting anywhere, but they are trying so hard to expose and talk about the rates of, people that croak that were on that and how they don't even have a warning and, just changing they're trying to bring that to light. It's happening. They were sitting there discussing it, and I don't know.
It's like gets ignored, doesn't it? I've seen that for years now. Where
people need to care more. I guess I don't know because they're saying it. It's like clear as day. They said through the autopsies. I can't remember the percentage, but they're saying, and I've been hearing this for years that they could tell in that fibrosis white stuff that goes in your veins. It's some crazy stuff, y'all.
Well, I know, and it's just a new one too. Some famous sports guy or something is saying, and he was against us. All right, he was one of them that was all for it, and he's like, I wish I would have never got that damn shot. It's giving me heart troubles and all kinds of stuff. I just saw that today. Forget the guy's name. He was somebody famous on the anti-freedom realm.
Ain't no telling.
I've seen where different people that are not completely sold out to the left want to start like more conservative type movie thing, like making movies, because there's so much propaganda in both our movies and our series and shit. There's always, who points that out? I think it might be you. It's you, Cam. I'll talk about every scene. I got to see gay guys, and it's like just stuff that is like an agenda or being pushed. And I don't know if they've done it yet. And when they do, it doesn't take off. But if they had some big names like or people like this,
you probably know.
Make a movie studio, make some movies and shows and stuff to balance it out. At least we have options, so you can have your side represented as well. But it's not going to Universal Studios and all these big names and stuff. It's nothing has compared yet. But I think in the future we'll see something like that. We'll see more of both sides being, hopefully, some conservative like movie studios or whatever. Or I hate to even call them that. Just like not so they don't have to be pushing anything either which way. Like I don't want to watch a bunch of movies where everybody's like, pushing art the same things we talk about either. I'd like it to just be like, sometimes you're like, this doesn't even seem like reality. They push so hard. Like, can we get both sides, or something in the middle? Or what about a show with no politics whatsoever, right? Just back it. Like, I feel like I was saying earlier about funny movies, I think they used to be funnier and less political. Now, like, everything has to have an angle. And maybe they did. It was just a different one back then I didn't look for, but they were definitely funnier. And, like, people were less offended by everything, Angels
Vicky Sorrell just said who that was.
Yes. Angel
Charlemagne,
Studio.
the false prophet. No.
Yeah, I don't even want to give him that title. But yeah, that's who.
Why? They're bad.
Nah, I mean, anybody who claims himself to be a deity, it can't be all that good.
Plus, Disney just bought out, The Chosen and all that stuff. Just, yeah.
I used to have that, Wayne. The moment I saw the day, I see they were pushing young children doing twerking or something on there. I ended that subscription. I haven't had it since. I'll never get it again. If they're going to promote that kind of crap, I want nothing to do with Netflix.
I saw that, Brew. Isn't it around Christmas? I don't know. I'm probably way off.
I saw that too, where they're supposed to come out with a sequel, but I also, man, this AI, people are making fake movie trailers of sequels of famous movies and stuff that people are totally bawling for it. All right, because I see it in the comments. It's like Raiders of the Lost Ark number 12. And they'll do this AI thing of Harrison Ford or whoever, and people just think it's real. They just fall for it, man. I can't believe how much of that I'm seeing.
Yeah, Vicky, I heard that they did last, I don't know if maybe it was this summer or last March, but they did purchase Angel or Chosen and the whole sequel and everything. And it's just, I stopped watching, I think, after season 4. So I really liked that show. And then it just, yeah.
Yeah, I went through that same thing. Why did it do that to us? Because I watched the first few seasons and I lost interest in it. Why?
Yep. Greed, money.
I've never done Halloween. I don't know.
No.
I used to like to put on a ghillie suit and go lay out in the ditch and scare all the kids when they walk by.
That's a good one.
I had a hot date. That's where I went once.
Oh, I can dress that.
I think I got a good mask I could wear.
Mama has so many hats. I've been going through ball caps, fancy hats, Western hats.
Nice.
She was the hat lady. Different hat every time I saw her.
Aw.
Did she have a Kentucky Derby hat?
If she was going out. Oh, yeah.
Oh.
Nice.
In fact, I even have one. Kind of looks witchy.
It's kind of funny because my grandmother didn't really have any hats, but she used to use that term all the time. I wear many hats. I wear many hats because she's like, It's just an expression to doing several different things. And it's just kind of funny. You're like, my mom has all these hats and you're talking literally. And my grandmother would say it figuratively, didn't own one, you know? Kind of funny.
She always, especially to church, always wore a hat to church. There was this lady that I went to church with, and she was the sweetest little old lady, and she had a different hat every Sunday. And
Yeah.
and an outfit to match it. I mean,
Isn't that a little old lady from Pasadena?
we called her Sadie.
Aw.
She was a sweetheart. Yeah, Brew. That's their program. Why? I think it took the place of the hair coverings because it seems like there's even something in the Bible about covering the hair. And
I just remember the Easter, wearing the Easter bonnets or Easter,
yeah, I know
Your
when
Easter outfit.
I was in the Catholic Church, we had to wear the lace thing over our hair.
Yeah.
Cover our hair.
Could be something like that, yeah.
Oh, the Red Hot Ladies. Yeah, I heard of them, but I never wore a red hat.
You know, she might have been in that too, because I've seen the red and purple one. There's a red hat with a purple band.
It's like the Mennonite women. I always have their hair up in this thing. I don't know what you call it, but it's always
Bonnet.
not really like a whole bonnet. It's like a little cap thing on the back, yeah. And some not real flashy, or they don't wear anything like real flashy or nothing.
No.
Pretty plain, like one color. You might see some with like a floral design, but it's like real simple.
You guys remember the Flying Nun?
Yeah.
That was some kind of hat.
What's that?
There was a TV show called The Flying Nun.
Huh.
She had a little hat with wings on it.
Yeah. Satan's holiday, Halloween. Is that what you're talking about, Sherry?
Yes, it was, Brew.
Guess I remember sleeping in those real hard rollers with the pink pins that stood through the roller.
Oh my goodness, yes.
Oh my gosh, you're sleeping on your stomach with your face is sleeping on your palms. You couldn't move your head for the pictures the next day. Those hard rollers, rock hard.
Lines all over your face trying to sleep on your face.
Oh my gosh. Oh man.
People are gonna laugh at you, Craig. People are gonna laugh at you.
What's Craig doing? Sybil?
No, he said Sybil, and it made me think of Carrie.
Sybil was, well, not worse. She was just as bad.
That was one of my first books. Camo was Carrie, and that is a trippy ass book. That crazy mother. I remember she would refer to her boobs as, what was it, dumb pillows or something like that.
Oh, Stephen King, yeah.
Dirty pillows. They were dirty pillows. Yeah, I was like under 10 reading that book, but I read the whole thing. I read a lot of Stephen King books, like Firestarter. They were some of my first books. It's a
The
crazy
books were
book.
often way better than the movies, like Tommy Knockers. That book was great, and then they
Yeah.
fucked it up in the movie. You know, the end was not even near the same. You know, and even like the Dark Tower and all that stuff, the books are better.
Always.
Even though that Stephen King's really out there now. I don't know if you've seen any of his political opinions, but he was a really good writer. I read a lot of his books.
The
The
girls were really
Gunslinger series.
that Twilight and Hunger Games. And so
I liked them both too.
I had bought the books after they watched the movies. And I just found the last Hunger Games novel and asked my daughter, "Do you want this?" And she said, "Yes, I'd love to read that again." And I said, "Okay, take it."
Hardy Boys and Nancy Drew. Boy, this chat's getting to really, you know,
Mhm.
we're showing our age, folks.
They filmed a lot of movies around here. Saw was, I guess, the worst one. I don't know. There was one that they were doing in the creek. And I think it was supposed to be scary, but I can't remember the actor. Everybody was so excited to see him. I don't know. I can't remember. And they did True Grit. The new one. There's a fake ghost town out in the middle of nowhere. I think I should.
That's the kind of thing that would lead me right out there. That's the
Yeah.
kind of stuff I'd like to go check out.
Yes. A lot go out there in the middle of the night.
Yeah.
You know, I used to do that a lot with people where, you know, there were abandoned schools and buildings all around Detroit. And I used to take people into them just for fun to go. And I'll tell you, people are easy to scare. They scare themselves. You know, a raccoon will send a whole carload of people down the road because they don't know what made the noise.
Yeah.
It's people are jumpy in the dark, especially in those old buildings and stuff. It's used to have a lot of fun with that until I about gave a gal a heart attack. I seriously didn't know this girl had heart issues, and I laid across the trail and jumped up and scared. My buddy was with her, and I knew he was a veteran. You know, I've scared him before. I just didn't know she had a bad heart. And when she grabbed her heart and was like, "Oh my God," that's when I felt really bad. All right. And that was like the last time I tried to scare people, but I used to like to do that.
Mm-mm. Born free. I don't know if I've seen that one.
What's that?
Young Frankenstein.
Born free.
All right.
Heavy Nor.
What was the one with Chris Christopherson and was it
The
Goldie?
rubber duck. You talking about the rubber duck?
No, it was something about a star.
Oh yeah, I know what you're talking about too.
Barbara Streisand, Stars Born.
Jody.
Yeah.
Jody. Some.
Barbara Streisand.
Yeah.
Mayan movie. Secondhand Lines. That's a good movie.
Yeah, that was a good one.
Anybody see Dr. Zhivago?
No.
I don't think so.
Yeah, doesn't it have Sean Connery in it or something?
No, no. I can't think of the actor's name. Gee.
There was a movie in the 70s that 007 Sean Connery played in about a floating head that controlled everyone on the planet. It was really weird. What was the name of that?
I'm not sure.
Zod or something. It was something really strange. A very weird movie for its era. Oh, what was the name of that?
Sherry, I agree. I've been saying in the beginning that this was all looking like Hunger Games. And then when they talk about the dome, and I'm like,
That's it, Al. Zadaz. Zadaz. Yeah, that's it.
for some reason they keep putting out these videos, these people about crud, like how we're living in the Matrix, that this isn't real, and what are people going to do whenever they find out that this isn't even reality? And I don't know, just weird stuff that people are putting out right now.
Yeah.
You said that floating heads character was named Zidane?
Zardoz. Zardoz. He corrected it.
And
Yeah.
it makes me think of, I don't know if you've ever heard of the TV show the Power Rangers. When the Power Rangers they stumbled across this little base and got their powers, there was this floating head in the tube that always talked to them and gave them their orders or whatever, and his name was Zordon. And it was just, you never saw a body, it was just this like a floating head face inside of this like tube or something, you know.
It's so funny. We
Interesting.
kind of go in stair steps in our ages and stuff because Watt's just a little bit younger than me. Like earlier when y'all said Flying Nun, I knew I didn't know it, so I was like, well, I probably don't know that. But anytime you talk about Power Rangers, I remember how old I was when it came. Not exactly how old, but I know I was just old enough. I was too cool. I couldn't watch the Power Rangers, you know? I'm just a
Yeah.
little bit older. It was like, nope, can't watch that, you know? I don't know why I remember that, but I feel like I might have been like, I don't know. I don't want to give too much away. I was old enough that I felt like I couldn't if I did watch it, I couldn't let anybody know. You know, it was kid stuff at that point.
Yeah.
But it's just funny how we do stair steps. It's like you can tell by what people remember and how they remember it, you know, where they're at it and things. But yeah, I've heard about the Flying Nun, but I never saw it, not even a rerun. But I've definitely heard about it. And that's just most of the things I do know, even from reruns or something like that. But that one I didn't. But yeah, Power Rangers, I was just too cool for the Power Rangers. I couldn't have that on the TV if my friends were over. You know, we're too old. That's what I remember.
Gal.
The Dr. Zhivago movie was in 1965. It was a romance war, and Omar Sharif is the actor that played it.
Nice.
Beautiful. Oh, yeah.
Oh, sure. Sherry.
Hey, shush.
Whoa. She's got her a good one to watch. See what Sherry said?
Let me see.
All you gotta do,
Man, I'm gonna have
Harry,
to come out there and check it out. I gotta see the Bigfoot.
Right?
well, this is the info I've got. You're supposed to leave tributes to them. Leave little bits of tobacco out on the logs for them. And if you ever walk into the woods and you see a bunch of sticks piled up like a tripod or like a shelter with no roof,
that's a marker of their territory. So you don't really want to go in there without leaving a tribute, something for them. Leave them a cookie, leave them some tobacco, something like that. They say they like that.
Huh.
Somebody did that. Was it Bob? Who said that?
Oh.
He went camping
So,
and they saw it and they were leaving food or something, gifts, but it was like a family of them. Who said that? I can't remember now.
Well, it's about time Virginia showed up. We've been talking about all kinds of weird shit. Where you been?
Virginia, we've been looking for you.
there's a lady, her channel I watch from time to time. She lives in North Georgia. I think the channel name is the Cryptid Huntress, and all her channel covers is just stuff like that, different cryptids, Bigfoots, just stuff from all over the country. It's pretty interesting hearing some of those stories. Some of them people that just, they will swear by what they saw, or what they felt that whatever they saw.
Yes.
Well, I'm headed right for it because there ain't no better way to go out on this rock, and I'm gonna know what the fuck it is. So if I ever see one, I'm chasing that thing down, and don't think I'm kidding, because of that, I wouldn't mind going out that way.
And there
I
goes
believe that.
flying through the sky.
I could see you
I'll
having
try to
one
make
last
friends with
hoorah
it
with the
too.
Bigfoot.
Well, I will try to make friends with it first, but I got to know.
Like
Is it
Tarzan
gonna be
versus the ape,
good?
Hope we could communicate, hope there would be some type of understanding. I don't know. Telepathy, whatever it may be.
Got lost in the matrix.
Well, again, I think I've spent more time alone in the woods at night than anybody I know. All right. I mean, by far, hundreds and hundreds of nights by myself. And I've never seen a Bigfoot. I've been out in the middle of nowhere several times. I walked across the United States through the Blue Ridge Trail. I walked all the way back to Michigan. I ain't never seen nothing in the woods. I ain't never heard nothing. I didn't know what it was or couldn't figure out what it was. I'm not saying that they don't exist, but there's just a little bit too many of them sightings.
It doesn't mean they didn't see you.
Well,
You
right.
just didn't see them seeing you.
I would be interested. I would like to hunt a Bigfoot down for myself. If for no other reason, I would want
Yeah.
to know.
Let me tell you, that was a big thing in our travels too for that 2 weeks. And one of the Airbnbs that we stayed at was in the middle of nowhere. There was a forest that, there was a deck that we would sit on outside the front door. And the woods started about 3 or 4 feet from that deck. And I was sure hearing something in there. And I was like, it wouldn't even surprise me if it just came out. I'm just sitting there watching it.
All kinds, Tubla. All right. I don't know. It's not like I don't believe, but I've heard the portal thing. The one thing that always comes to mind, though, is back in the 70s, a $6 million man, he was fighting Bigfoot, and you think it's Bigfoot and all, and then you find he rips his arm off, and it sparks and stuff, and there's lights and stuff. Bigfoot was a robot that the aliens built. That's what it was on $6 Million Man. Also, was Andre the Giant playing the part.
There you go.
Yeah, I've heard that too. The smell.
Skunk ape. Called the one in Florida a skunk ape. They've got, different names for them all over the,
Skunk apes, swamp apes. You hear the stories
Yeah,
about them in Georgia.
Yeti. You know, they call them Yetis and Wendigo. You
Yeah.
got Sasquatch. You know, there's legends of these creatures that go back in Native American history and stuff. The wild men. You know, where they say that even some of the tribes would have an outcast that would go and live in the woods completely alone, and they would become a pharaoh and become a wild man. You know, so there's all kinds of
Possible.
that stuff in history. Interesting stuff. Like the Tibetan hand. You ever seen they supposedly got a Yeti foot in a Tibetan monastery, you know? Yeah,
Huh.
Chewbacca, exactly, James. Chewbacca is another one.
Yeah.
Yeah. Smells like popcorn. Well, that don't stink.
Maybe burnt popcorn.
Maybe that does stink.
Nothing
Ugh.
wants burnt popcorn. My mom fried a microwave once. She, thought she put it on for 3 minutes or something. It was like 30 minutes.
Mm.
And I come into the kitchen and it was just smoking and the inside of the microwave was on fire and there was like this black puddle in the bag, what was left of the bag. And it destroyed that microwave. Everything in the kitchen smelled like this acrid, toxic smell. And I had to get it out of the fucking house. So I took the whole microwave out into the woods, scraped that shit out of it because I thought at that point I could save it. No, I put that shit on the ground and it killed everything that was around there, died. All the vegetation for like a foot around that rotten, burnt popcorn, and nothing would go near it. Nothing, That shit was nasty, man. Don't ever overdo it in the microwave with that crap. It's nasty.
No, I did that, but I didn't. I put it on for 5 minutes because I listened to how many pops, and for my little granddaughter, and I went out. The dog wanted out. Went outside with the dog. Forgot about the popcorn. Came back in, and the whole house is full of smoke. It stinks, and it just that much time ruined that microwave.
Oh, I can smell it right now, just thinking about it.
Mm. Burns your
Yeah.
nostril hairs. Yeah. Mainly just use my microwave to tell time now.
That's good.
It's an expensive clock.
Yeah, they're supposed to not be good for me, but I've been eating them for years. And I'm eating up leftovers. I thought I was gonna get. Mama had a what do we call the oven? Toaster oven. Just gave it to my daughter.
Wonder if Bigfoot likes popcorn.
She said it. Sorry, it was river otters that smell like popcorn.
Hmm.
You suppose lightning hit a cornfield? And that's how they figured that out?
Could be. That could be a good theory.
Or when they were cooking it over the campfire, maybe it fell in or something. I don't know.
Yeah. Somebody had to try it first.
Yep.
Yeah, I think about that sometimes, like weed. If somebody get a bunch of weed and throw it on the campfire, or the whole family was in the cave, and it got really smoky and everybody got really happy and they figured out that if you throw all this weed on the fire, everybody gets happy. I think that's how that works.
Could be. Up in the Kush Mountains.
But can you imagine the
Mhm.
first person that the colonel popped? You know, they jumped.
Oh, yeah, yeah. I mean, the first time, yeah, you don't know what to expect. And
Who
probably an accident to
decided?
begin with.
Well, I don't know what came first, but what guy saw an egg fall out of a chicken's butt and said, "Hey, let's taste that."
I think that there were things laying eggs long before the chickens. And I think that they could possibly crack open and maybe they did taste it. Hungry people are going to taste just about anything, I think.
I've noticed. I've noticed that.
Brew, I'm glad I'm not the only one.
I haven't had a microwave in a long time, and I didn't even like using them back in the day. And I swear the one my mom got in the 70s, I could feel that thing on in the kitchen. All right. I didn't like to stand near it at all. Big,
Yeah,
gigantic, remember the old first microwaves they had? They were monsters, weighed like 80 pounds.
yes. Well, on my radiation,
Yeah.
when I put my radiation meter outside of the microwave, it does not change. When I put it near the laptop, it goes psycho. So this
That
laptop
explains a lot.
putting off more radiation than that microwave.
Yeah. Those old microwaves sound like a lightsaber firing up.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Beautiful love story. Sorry, changing subject.
Jerry's on an all bacon diet. The testosterone levels are through the roof.
Nice. Today was International Bacon Day, so that was a good choice.
Wait, what was yesterday? Yesterday was something.
Oh,
Oh,
did you
every
hear?
day's a day for something.
Yeah, no.
Let's see here.
Sherry, did you hear the cow? I'm just curious. She's just screaming. Easy bake oven saver.
See, now Vicky's dating herself. I remember them easy bake ovens where you put the stuff in there under a light bulb and wait for an hour and a half to cook a little cookie. I remember those.
Yeah.
Lazy Mom's Day. That's what it was yesterday.
Is it tomorrow Grandparents' Day? Or is that
The
next?
11th.
Okay.
It's also
Wait,
World Beard Day. How could I forget that? Dang, that slipped under the radar.
I'm sorry. Did you say Veterans Day?
No, grandparents.
Oh, okay. It may be. I'm sorry. I'm already in November. Goodness.
It happens.
It's okay. The cows are mooing out there. The cat's sneaking, sneezing. The dog's barking. We've got a whole farm going over here.
For 10
Yes, Sunday is Grandparents' Day. You're right.
Okay.
Oh,
I
it
just
is.
checked my notes.
Yeah.
See, I need to go back out there. Y'all, there was some crazy stuff going on out there. And I don't think my mama wanted me to leave. There was even crazier stuff going on when I was leaving.
What do you mean, like by crazy stuff? I mean, were you feeling,
Okay.
hearing, seeing?
No. So I found this thing. It was wrapped in old newspaper, and so I thought it was a picture because it was square, thick. I thought it was a framed picture. So I unwrapped it, and it's just a piece of wood. And I'm like, Mama, what was the purpose of this? And why was it wrapped in newspaper like protecting it? It's just a piece of wood, like maybe an inch thick plywood cut in a square. I don't know. And so I had put the newspaper on the floor because I was going to put it in the trash. Anyway, I'm making a pile, right? And as I'm going through stuff. So then later, I was laying on the bed and that newspaper went like up as high as I would be if I was standing over there, and then over to the left, and then dropped to the floor.
Whoa.
Okay,
Wow.
what do you want me to do? And then whenever I was going to leave, I was taking the bags out and putting them on the deck. And I went back in and I was sitting in the recliner right by the door, and the door slammed. And so I was like, okay, Mom, now what? And so I walked all through there. The bedroom door was still propped open with the box like I propped it, because I don't think it's level, because for some reason that bedroom door does not stay open.
Mhm.
And so then the bathroom door, it was still open, just like I'd left it. Closet door was still shut, just like I left it. Laundry room door shut, just like I left it. Back door, no doors. And so then whenever my daughter picked me up and we were leaving, she was like, turn it, that bedroom light's on. And I was like, wait, no. I know I turned those off when I left that room. And it was the other bedroom.
Ah.
And I was like, but I just kept
If I
feeling like,
ever see a ghost, I am going to use my shop vac.
no, I was wanting to see her. It doesn't scare me. It's like, because I know it's only going to be my mother or my grandmother, one of the two. I know that.
Mm-hmm.
And that's ever since my daughter moved into the big house. There's been all kinds of crazy stuff going on there. And they have cameras inside, and they have caught some of it on camera.
I really tried to see stuff. They won't let me see nothing.
Well, I mean, your instinct is that it was some kind of a message, or,
Yes,
even said, like, okay, what now, Mom? Like, that's really interesting.
because it's like I feel that she's mad at me. And I don't know if it's that she's mad that I was leaving there, because I know she really wanted me to live in that house. I don't know. I just feel like she's mad.
Hmm.
And there's so many possibilities of why she could be mad. Rabbit, good to see you. Rabbit, this is a I don't know what we call this anymore. How was your trip? I have been wanting to see you and ask you.
right? It's not perfect
And,
though, because
and Virginia, you say that y'all ain't right, but I see you always come back.
that's true. Touche, Carl. You got me there.
Yes, Cindy, I think so. For some reason, when I go outside, that's when I feel my grandmother more. It is like on the land, but Mama in that well, all her stuff is in that house.
Wow.
Right. So, Wayne, you see it on night vision. Like, do you see actual human figures or just energies picking up stuff around the room? I mean, that's night vision could be pretty interesting for that.
You're going home alone.
That's okay, chessboard. I make my own sandwiches anyway.
Rabbit, that's not an answer. I want to know how your trip was. Yes or no. That's all you got to say. Yes or no.
Yes. How was that trip, Rabbit?
I know, Cindy. Yes. Woohoo.
Nice.
Awesome.
I've seen the look on Coyote's face. I know it was a good trip.
Cool.
That's cool.
I love to hear that.
Oh, yeah. Orbs.
You know, I don't ever see orbs. I've seen Gigi's orbs,
Mhm.
but I've never seen any around me. And I don't mean it like that, Carl.
I mean, it did sound funny.
I just want to collect a bunch of sound bites from Bonnie over the years and put them all together.
Damn it.
I'm more likely to see them through technology, like looking through a camera or like in a
Yes.
picture, something
Yeah.
like that.
And that's what it was. She was sitting there live, and actually John's the one that noticed it, and so she kept playing it back, and you could see like, and she knew it was her father immediately. I mean, just, and they were light colored. They, it wasn't anything dark looking or anything. It was.
Yeah, it's pretty cool. Orbs don't scare me if I see them. Maybe weird energies. You can kind of sense that, or see them in dreams, or
Yeah.
but like orbs, I feel like they're a benign energy.
I remember one time walking with a buddy miles home. We came from a party, all right, and we had to walk miles. We're out in a very flat, open farmland area, walking down this empty road in the middle of the night, pitch dark, no street lights, nothing like that around. And we see this weird little red light out in the field. And I mean, it looked like it was out in the field. It was actually like fucking 3 miles away, right? And it was bugging me. The farther we walked, the more I could see it. And I'm like, dude, I've got to know. All right. And he's like, what do you mean? I said, I'm going to go see what that light is. He's like, oh, dude, I'm tired. I just want to go home. I said, well, you sit right here. All right, whatever. I'm going to go see what that is because it's bugging me. And I walk like, like I said, it probably was a mile away, but it felt like 3. And I walk all the way out into this field. I mean, it's, if you've ever walked a soft tilled field, it's not the easiest thing to walk in. And it's just making me tired. And I get all the way out there and I see this little twinkling light, get close to it, and it's a fucking fire pit. barely the coals are burning in this fire pit. And that's wasted my whole trip. Walked my ass all the way back to the road, and it was just a fire pit.
Huh.
Hmm.
So you were tripping.
I just had to know, man. What's
You
a little
tripping.
red light out in the middle of nowhere?
Well, Bonnie, did you see anything else like as you were leaving, or you know, have some feeling of some thought or message as you're packing up to go? Like,
I kind of didn't want to, but
oh,
at the same time, I was in a hurry to get back here, and good thing I did. My daughter tried to kill everything. She did feed the dog. Water bowl was empty. She didn't water the plants, so they're looking really bad. But yeah, I
There's
don't
been people that I've known that their parents have passed away and they have to go and deal with their house. And they just don't want to do it. I've had to go and do that for friends who didn't want to go through all that stuff. They didn't want to see it. They didn't want to own it. They wanted nothing to do with it. They were maybe after documents or something that I'd go in there and try to find them for them. But I get some people don't want to be around that after that's happened.
Yeah.
it doesn't bother me. I've grown up with things like that all my life. My grandmother seemed to attract them. My youngest daughter definitely. They were trying to communicate with her, and because it scared her, I made it go away. But yeah, I'm used to it. I lived in this one house. It was a 3-story house, and I probably told y'all I made my bedroom where the stairs went up to the 2nd story. And one night I was sitting there reading or something, and this lady was coming down the stairs in this long white dress, and she had this gold medallion looking necklace on, brown wavy hair about just past the shoulders. She was very pretty, and then she was gone. And the only person I ever told about that was my best friend. So I had to move out of that house because it sold. And the person that it sold to committed suicide. So then it sold again. And the people that moved into it then, they're still there. Even though their son committed suicide, like right behind it. But anyway, about years later, the daughter of the family that's living in it now was at my best friend's house because she was friends with her daughter. And she was sitting there telling them about what she saw in that house, and she drew it. And my best friend called me and she said, "You need to get over here now." So went over there, and she drew exactly what I just described to you. And I was like, wow. But
yeah,
you could see clear as day. And that's in the restaurant where I worked. All the waitresses, all the employees, everybody knows there's a lady in a red dress. First time we saw her, we thought she was a customer. because she came in with 3 men. And the waitress asked, what would the lady like? And they said, what lady? And she said, the one that came in with y'all, she went to the restroom. They said, there's no lady with us. She went into the restroom to find her, and nobody was there. And crazy. That restaurant was so haunted.
That's wild.
Dang.
It would have been crazier if they brought out a plate of food and been like,
Funny
where's
to
that what you
do what?
It'd be funny if they actually brought out food like the lady did order. And they're like, okay, where's she sitting? Where's she at? That lady that ordered the patty melt.
Right. Well, and Brew, that was done to that house. I did it while I was there because it's across the street from a cemetery too. But that restaurant, okay, so one of the waitresses went to work at 6 a.m. and there was a man in the kitchen cooking and playing all the songs that Carl would love. And she kept beating on the window for him to come to the door. And she figured he couldn't hear her over the music. Then the cook showed up, and so she told her, she said, I've been trying to get in, but this guy won't let me in. Cook looked at her and she said, what guy? And she said, the one in there cooking. They go inside. Nobody's there. No food's being cooked. Nothing. And she's like, I swear he was here.
Huh.
The guy she was describing, my best friend's husband, was a cook there, and he had a jet ski accident and was killed. But he's the one who had remodeled the restaurant, and he was the cook there.
Oh, wow.
And this girl was from another town. She knew nothing about him. Kind of.
Yeah, that's something else.
Yeah.
The whole world calls him, Hank.
So I don't know why everybody believes that that's evil. You know, because even some of the things that have happened here that I know are my daughter, I can't think of it as evil. What if there's a holding part until we're ready to go into heaven? I don't know. What, baby? Okay. Yes, Jerry. Absolutely, I believe that. I'm
I
sorry.
think I'm going to call it, people. I think I'm going to end it. And I thank you for having me up here, buddy.
It has been 4 hours, hasn't it? Thank you for coming up, Carl. Challenge
Always
me.
always a hoot. Always a hoot.
He's like, I gotta leave, so you gotta end it. I'm just kidding. Good night.
Good night,
See,
Carl.
I accepted your challenge, and I'm glad you came up on such short notice.
I'm just trying to help. All right, that's all I'm doing. I love y'all, whether you like it or not, and I'll see y'all somewhere soon.
We all
Good
miss
one, buddy.
you. Love you too. Brat brother. All right, y'all. How about doing it with a song? Or did you want to keep going, Bridget?
Oh no, I was just I was just yelling good night, Pamela, in case she can hear us.
Of course, Carl would leave at 4:20.
Right.
Our loved ones are our guardian angels, but sometimes they must stay with us until they finish their purpose.
Yeah.
That's true, Cindy. I could believe that.
Yeah.
I know. See, and my mother was definitely not through with her purpose, and I'm sure my daughter wasn't. That was. It's just no way. Okay, I'm gonna do a commercial break with a song while I see what's wrong with her real quick, and then come back. Okay? Or did y'all want to? Because y'all don't sound like you're talking much.
You are all good. Is it your doggy?
I'm thinking.
Yes. Okay,
Right,
which?
we got a song coming up. Is that what's happening?
Yeah, are you good with that?
Yeah, I was like thinking in my head, all right, what can we ramble about while Bonnie's gone but we don't get in
See,
trouble?
I knew
that. No, song sounds good.
Oh man, I have so many good ones. I don't know which one to pick.
The third one.
The third one?
There you go.
3 is my lucky number, but it's perfect timing too. I just got done cooking, so I get to eat now.
1, 2, 3. Good choice, Watt.
There you go.
Oh
It was
boy.
meant to be.
Hey, Deadpool. I
See?
know, baby.
Even the
Just
dog agrees.
Yeah, that was an agreement bark for sure.
More of a yip than a bark. That sounds like my dogs.
My darling, I've hungered for your touch. A long, lonely time. And time goes by so slowly, and time can do so much. Are you still mine? I need your love. I need your love. God speed your love to me. Lonely rivers flow to the sea, to the sea, to the open arms of the sea. Yeah, lonely riverside, wait for me, wait for me. I'll be coming home, wait for me. Oh, my love, my darling, I've hungered for your touch. Oh, lonely time and time goes by so slowly, and time can do so much. Are you still mine? I need your love. I need your love. Godspeed your love to me. Oh, to me.
Yeah, Cynthia and the potting wheel too. I remember that.
Yeah. Demi Moore.
That
A
was
little
one.
bit of Woody.
It was the song from Ghost, right?
Yep.
That's what I was thinking. Yeah.
That was my wedding song.
I was going to say, how many weddings do you think they've played that on?
That also reminds me of the whole like MK Ultra kind of thing. Maybe not quite MK Ultra, but we all think of that because we all saw that movie. Like in the future, they won't be so prominent like that because there's so many streaming platforms and so many options that not everybody's going to hear a song. Go, remember that one movie? We all watched that movie when we were younger. You know, I just think about that all the time. Really.
Yep.
Billy said, "Not all of us."
Not everybody.
Okay, did that make anybody fall in love in chat?
It did. I felt the humidity rise.
I could have swore a couple of them were at least holding hands, man. I kind of felt that kind of.
Yeah. I felt somebody metaversally holding mine.
It kind of goes with everything you're saying, Bonnie. You know, we're talking about the spirits and then the song and
Mhm. There
It
you
really
go.
does, really, with the movie and everything.
yeah.
Kind of weird how that worked out.
True. Ghost.
Wow.
Yeah.
I did pray before I opened this up tonight. Just
Nothing
saying.
wrong with that.
Right.
Oh, rabbits off the market.
Dang.
It happens.
Happy for you,
I'm happy
rabbit.
for you.
Yeah, don't be sorry. Be happy.
Yeah.
Yeah. And I'm happy for the rest of us because she'll keep you in line.
Right.
Go.
Quapsh. Man, Brew, I haven't watched a TV series in a long time. Like, did any of you follow a show in the last couple of years where it's like several seasons, you know, like Yellowstone or whatever?
Yes. The Chosen, and then which it wasn't Yellowstone, it was like 1923 or
The spinoff where they did the prequel to
1923.
Yellowstone.
Yeah. The blind girl.
See, all different. Everybody's got a different one. I can't think of the name of the one I really liked. Sorry, I didn't mean to cut you off, Bonnie. Go ahead.
It's okay. That's it.
That was Tina Ricci was in it, whom I liked. I remember her all the way back from Casper. And it was like, what did you say that was a knockoff from the plane crash and stuff? You said it was a knockoff from some other. It was Yellow Jackets is the one. There's one more season out, and I haven't watched it yet, but I really liked it. It was weird, but I like watching weird shit, you know? But notice every answer was completely different, you know? I know a lot of people did the Stranger Things. I saw some of it, but I didn't follow it all the way through. So there are still a couple really big ones. Like you'll notice they'll advertise it as number one. Everybody's watching this. So that's kind of our programming. You know, when you see it, say, this is the number one pick movie or the number one pick show.
Yeah.
Well, there it is. And I can't resist it. I get mad at myself. I'm like, well, I shouldn't watch that one, but I want to. And then I do.
I haven't watched a lot of.
Lie about it, you know? I'm not going to lie to y'all.
I haven't watched a lot of new series. I watched a lot of old ones, but probably the newest one I've watched, and I haven't watched all of it. I've been watching it in stages, was the remake of Shogun. I don't know if y'all ever. It was an original series. I forget back in the day, but they remade it like a couple years ago, and that's a pretty cool series. If y'all are familiar with that story.
Nope.
Never heard of Shogun?
The Shogun, like, I don't know.
It's where the I think he was a Spaniard or a Frenchman or something. He was on a ship, and he crash landed in Japan during that whole, I guess the Shogun or samurai period. And of course, he was an outcast, but eventually they kind of took him under his wing, and he was telling them about everywhere else in the world. They didn't believe that the world was that far out. Of course, from the show's perspective, but it's pretty good.
Huh. No, I haven't seen that, the new one or the old one. I just haven't done TV for a long time.
Yeah, that's the newest one I watched, and I got interested in it. But that's about the only one as far as new ones go.
Yeah.
Yeah, The Chosen, and then I'm busy like 4 times a night, sometimes 5 times a night, doing the Constitution classes, the calls. So, yeah, you're going after my village, writing stuff up, standing up for rights, It was The Chosen until they switched. So, yeah.
I even seen where Nicolas Cage, he's got some type of new biblical movie coming out. I think it's called The Carpenter's Son.
I think I saw.
It's supposed to be like allegedly like a horror spin on it. I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
But I thought that was kind of interesting.
Are all these shows on cable like that you guys are talking about and stuff, or what?
If you wait, you can watch them on YouTube or Tubi.
Some's like streaming services or certain networks. Now like all the major networks have their own streaming thing now.
Yeah.
Stuff like that, or certain apps you get it for free.
I've never had cable or anything, and I live in the valley, so you're lucky if you get fog,
No.
They just shut down one of the biggest restreaming sites in the world. I don't know if y'all ever heard of this site. It was called Stream East, and you could stream literally any sporting event, any pay-per-view, any football, anything like that. You could stream it, but somehow it just got busted. And yeah, it was crazy. They were getting like a quarter of a billion views a month just off of different streamings of sport events and stuff like that. But yeah, it was just in the news this weekend. They shut them down.
420, when is that coming out? I want to see it. I love Cheech and Chong.
What's that?
It's Cheech and Chong's new movie, last movie.
Huh.
Because they are hilarious.
I should have named it Cheech and Chong Last Smoke.
I can't believe I'm going to admit this, but I just watched a movie where was it Cheech or it was Cheech was the dog voice. I actually kind of enjoyed it. It ended kind of on a weird note, but it was a weird movie about this guy on an island, and his dog's voice was Cheech. And he talked to the dog, and the dog talked back. You remember the name of that? I don't. I'll Google in a minute. I'm still eating, but I totally admit. I watched the whole thing too. That's the sad part. I can't even be like, oh yeah, I watched it and then I turned it and I watched the whole thing. It was like 2 years old or something. It was pretty good. It was all right.
Chessboard, really? The new Cheech and Chong movie is on there? Okay. I'm gonna have to just sit down and really go through that thing.
You know that male basketball player, Carrie, or I can't think of what her name is. His name, Caitlin. She's out for the season due to a groin injury.
Oh, the basketball player, Caitlin Clark.
Thank you there.
Yeah,
Yeah.
for the Indiana Fever.
You know what that means, right?
Yep.
She
That's
hurt her
amazing.
wiener.
she's having surgery. I tried telling my sister that, and she goes, "What do you mean?" And I go, "Well, Michelle is Michael." She's like, "What?"
I'm gonna disappear. She's hitting the button for some reason.
Oh gosh.
Yeah, nothing to see here.
Yeah. And she's like, "Yeah, prove it." And I was trying to look for some little videos of her, coming out of her Chicago apartment and trying to show her on the Ellen DeGeneres show and stuff like that. And she's like, "Well, I don't see it." And I gotta go, "You can look harder."
Yes.
You got to find all those clips of Obama calling her Michael all the time. There's a bunch. It's crazy.
Yeah. But she still don't believe me. She lives in Arizona. I go, "Is the heat getting to you or what?"
That is kind of a tough one to get people to see because you don't want to believe that it's that deep of fuckery in this world. But you start pointing out bone structure, skeletal structure, certain features of the body, like size of hands and feet, just certain things. And once you see it, you can't unsee it. It's just straight up. It's right there.
Yeah.
I had a friends of mine come over. They were a couple, and they were laughing how dumb I was. And by the time that I got done clicking on a couple things on YouTube, they never disputed it again. Like
Right?
a couple videos, and they were like, their mouths were open. I was like, I love this because I thought they were gonna. She said she was gonna get kicked out, but they were like thinking of it was a couple of videos, and they were like, okay, they didn't really want to talk about it anymore. It's funny.
Yeah.
What happened?
Right, Bruce, shoulders like a linebacker. The pelvis and waist, where the body fat is distributed. Like women, I don't care how thin you are, women have little pockets of fat in certain places. Our bodies are not set up for an 8-pack, so you can
Too
tell.
much for Bunny. She couldn't handle it.
We're still working on Bonnie. She sees some of them and other ones not.
Yeah.
But if the shoulders are way wider than the pelvis and hips,
It's a lot more than a testosterone imbalance.
It could be, yeah. And that is
How many heads you can fit on there? It sounds dumb, but you have to see a diagram and look at it. It's weird.
Correct.
Like
How many heads can fit across the shoulder span?
It sounds crazy till you see it.
You're absolutely right. Because a male's skull has a much larger mandible, a brow ridge, deep set eyes. And you think about all the vixens in movies, they have strong jaws, deep set, exotic eyes with, overtly done brow bone and certain spacing of features. It's a man.
Well, I even told her, I go, "If you don't believe me," I go, "you should have asked Joan Rivers before something happened to her." I go, "She came right out and said it." And it made us open our eyes and look further in the stuff. And she's like, "Really?"
That was on my list of things I showed them. Yeah, that clip's still out there.
Yeah.
Yes. And she died, what? A couple of months later? I mean, not much longer.
Yeah.
They got her.
Yeah.
Allegedly. Maybe.
Allegedly.
No, it's wild. That was one of the rabbit holes that got my heart beating really hard. There were some rabbit holes that once you start getting into, you're like, oh shit, like the chromichrome was one, but like the trans agenda and starting to study the skeletal structure and the skulls, and because it doesn't matter what you call yourself, if an anthropologist digs you up in 500 years, they will know if you are biologically male or female based on those bones. That's what anthropology does, So once you start studying that structure, I remember being verklempt, like, holy shit, at, shoulders, hips, ribs, feet, hands. The length of fingers is one, but the jaw is a big one. The jaw and the facial features.
Yeah.
Because a female skull and a male skull is very different.
Yeah.
Although certain cultures have bigger bones than others. Like, I think it's Samoans, if I'm not mistaken, have some of the densest bones on Earth. So that's, but again, where anthropology narrows that down overall. Hey, Bonnie, are you back?
Hey, yeah.
Glad you could join us.
Thanks for joining our stream, Bonnie.
Right. Couldn't make it.
Thank you for keeping it going.
That's a fact, chessboard.
Man, she's a mess. I guess she's in there talking to her friends, gaming.
What are they playing? They Fortnite it?
Maybe
Minecraft.
What's the one? No, not Minecraft. The one where you ride a horse. I think that
Red Dead Redemption.
Same cowboy.
And the horse turns into, it's a flaming horse.
Oh no, I never heard of that one.
A flaming
I've seen other people playing it.
Sounds like she's playing Pegasus the game.
No, it's a western town. It really looks pretty cool.
Only one I could think of is Red Dead Redemption. I think that's what it's called, a Red Dawn, something like that. It's almost kind of like it's like the game Grand Theft Auto, but it's based in like Western times,
Yeah, there's zombies all over the place. I'm asking her.
Oh, I don't know. There's zombies everywhere now, so it could be.
To it. Yeah. Zombies.
Probably more feral back then.
Yeah, there's a lot of zombie games.
I don't know. I gave up after Super Nintendo. I was good after that, except for Mario Kart, which was on the Wii. That was good.
Yeah. Playing those games on the Wii were fun. It made it like interactive.
Yeah. The bowling, the sports games, the golf was fun.
That is the Wii. Never mind. The Switch is the one I love. Mario Kart on the Switch. I still play that when I can get ability to do it.
Yeah.
Oh my gosh, we used to have so much fun on the.
That's another thing you can do online with people. If you if you both have the Switch, then you can get where you can. It's like you can go online and you can play. If you can race each other from across the world. I definitely did some of that too. Just it's almost like they're there. It's the closest. You're sitting there playing a video game with them.
Wow. Yeah. Did you see what Chessboard said, Cola? She is
You're
playing
giving me too long of a list, Chessboard. I definitely will try though. I'm gonna try to watch the one that I sent a message of.
Oh yeah, The Recruit. That was a good movie.
I'm going to say
She's playing the Call of Duty.
Oh yeah, Call of Duty Zombies. Yeah, yeah, they get pretty intense in those lobbies. You better be careful, Bonnie. Stand down. Just make sure there's snacks. That's all you could do at this point.
Not afraid. Not afraid at all.
That's the lesson I played.
Jen's like, I'm be thinking coming there. You and your ghosts.
All right. Well, I'm going to say goodnight. And thanks for having me. And it was nice. And y'all have
I'm glad you came up, Jen. It was good to see you.
Thank you. Thank you for having me. Night, everybody. Have a good night. All right. Bye,
You
guys.
too.
Good night.
Good night.
Jen.
Zombies did it, Bonnie. Scared her off.
Y'all ready to close this one up?
Backstage is the funnest part, man. I've always said that.
Backstage. Okay, I'm gonna play a song while I'm dropping the link because you got to hear this girl's voice. She does it so amazingly good. Wait, no, I don't know if I want to do that one. Maybe the beach one. Okay, I'm gonna do the one on the beach because you know me. It's got to be a beach.
I like it.
There it is. Okay.
I know it's not going to be some beach somewhere. I like that like little comedy. It's kind of a funny country song. I know it's not going to be that one though.
Nope, not that one. I want to make it full screen. Are you going to let me? It is, I think.
1, 2, 3. Would you dance if I asked you to dance? And would you run and never look back? And would you cry if you saw me crying? Would you save my soul tonight? And would you tremble if I touched your lips? Would you laugh? Oh, please tell me this. And would you die for the one you love? Hold me in your arms tonight. I can be your hero, baby. Oh, yeah. I can kiss away the pain. And I will stand by you forever. Oh, you can't take my breath away. Oh, yeah. And would you swear that you'll always be mine? Would you lie? Would you run and hide? Am I in too deep? Have I lost my mind? I don't care, 'cause you're here tonight. I can be your hero, baby. Oh, yeah. I can kiss away the pain. I will stand by you forever. Oh, you can't take my breath away. Oh, yeah. Am I too deep? Have I lost my mind? Well, I don't care, 'cause you're here tonight. I can be your hero, baby. Oh yeah, I can kiss away the pain, and I will stand by you forever. Oh, you can't take my breath away. Oh, you can't take my breath away. Oh yeah. Oh yeah.
Pretty.
I want to be there. All right, y'all. Have a good night. Thank you. It was fun. It's good to just have fun. No politics. No crazy.
Good night, YouTube.
Have a good night. Oh, here's the link. Oops. All right. God bless y'all. Good night.
Good night, everybody.